Yo, Effie, Atlas, you still doing this flat earth nonsense, man? Yo, you wait, there's a bunch of flat earthers here. What? Guys, flat earth died with the final experiment. The modern flat earth era is over. You know what I mean? 24 hours done. It's done. What's up, Miles?
Hello guys, am I audible? Hello, why is nobody saying anything? Yeah, Ketos, thanks a lot for answering. Can you speak something? We can talk for some time maybe. I wanted to learn English. I wanted to learn the US accent. Am I audible to you? Ketos, am I audible? Yeah, yeah, okay, okay. I'm here, bro, I'm here. I'm waiting for you.
Can you hear me?
I would love to have a conversation with you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello.
Hello,
Nah.
Ketos. Input isn't working. Your mic, I think you have some issue with your mic. You should check it. I also checked it just right now.
Maz, can you hear me? Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
And Maz, I think you've got a problem with your mic.
Hello, Jay. You were saying something?
Testing.
Yeah, okay, okay. I saw you typing, that's why. Okay, okay. So I was wondering why isn't anybody speaking into the mic? Can you hear Timbo? He was talking to you. No, I can't hear anybody actually. I can't hear anybody absolutely.
You
No.
must have
We
us
have
all
some
on mute
problem with
then. Do you have us on mute?
voice, speaker, external headphones. Okay, headphones, speakers. I had to leave and join again, but yeah. Okay, okay. Uh, okay. Okay, I'm back now.
Can you hear?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Ah, there you go.
Thanks a lot, man. So, this is my first time joining a server for English learning. So, what do you guys do here generally? Debates or something?
Well, your English is quite good, but this is
I,
we talk about flat Earth.
okay, okay, yeah. I would love to debate on that. Actually, I
Okay.
want to learn US accent or Australian accent. That is also enough. But I
Cool.
want to sound more native. So that is the thing. I don't sound native. I have a thick Indian accent. So I want to scrape that off. That is the thing.
Yeah, you're going to struggle with that.
Yeah, that is.
But why don't you just? It's fine to speak with an Indian accent. Like we can understand you.
Yeah, actually, I need it from my job. I'm working as a technical recruiter in a US-based IT firm, but I want to switch to a developer role. In that company, they need a US accent for that development role. Apparently, it's very rare. It doesn't happen that much, but these guys need a US accent. So I need to learn US accent for that.
Well, I can't help you with that one, mate.
Yeah, so actually, how can we can do debates, and I will try to pronounce like that, and then I will learn it.
Okay. Oh, don't learn Australian. They'll kick you out. But do you believe the Earth is a sphere?
Uh, actually, you know, obviously there are scientific proofs that the scientists have given us, but still we haven't gone out of the globe to look at it, right? I mean, uh, could be
What
a
would be the scientific proof that they gave you that the Earth was a globe? What would that
they
be?
gave they gave the uh, how the gravity works. They gave us the photo images, but still, still you haven't gone out of the globe to say it. So it's
Well,
still a bit of confusion for me. It could be. I don't know. It could be flat, to be honest. You never know.
so how does gravity prove that the Earth's a ball?
The way the planets revolve around the sun. Uh, if it was flat, the sun just couldn't come into the sky, right? What is the sun? Is sun a tube light that is coming into the sky?
I, I don't know. Weren't we talking about the Earth?
Yeah, if we are talking about the Earth, then what is the sun? I mean, if it's not a round globe, if the sun is not
I don't
like a
know. I don't know what the
sphere,
sun is, but yeah, oh, we
yeah,
can measure the Earth, right? Because we're on it.
yeah, but we can also measure the heat of the sun, right? What is the if we are experiencing the heat of the sun, then we can also take out the distance uh, from where it is
No,
coming.
because no, because then you'd know how hot. You'd have to know how hot the sun was and what it is and how far away it is, right?
Yeah, yeah, actually.
But it's still got nothing to do with the Earth.
Yeah,
The
sun could
Earth,
be a globe, sun could be a sphere, but Earth could be flat
yeah,
still, right?
yeah, not
Yeah,
in the vacuum of space though.
yeah. So what do you believe? What do you think?
Me, I just know that the Earth measures flat, so we measure it across water. Water's supposed to be conforming to the shape of a globe, and it's not. You can shoot a laser out from one side of a lake to another, and then you get the distance of what the radius they give us of the Earth, and you can measure drop over distance. And if you shoot a laser over that distance, you don't measure any drop over distance. Therefore, the Earth is not curving, and it's a flat surface.
Oh, okay, yeah, that is interesting.
Hmm.
And oh, but what about that? That if I'm standing in the ocean over a boat, and if I uh, use a telescope to look at any of the cities that is like thousands of kilometers away from me, so why can't I see a city uh, through
Because
even a telescope?
things appear to shrink, right? They shrink in angular size.
That could also
So
happen because of the atmosphere, maybe that is coming
yeah,
in
that's right.
between.
Yeah, you've got atmosphere, you've got angular size, lots of things, right?
Yeah. Hmm. So, what do you think? What is the motivation of the scientists or the global leaders to make us believe that Earth Earth is a sphere and not flat?
No idea about motivation, but it's a is question, right? Is it flat or is it a sphere? Like you can't ask about people's thoughts, like like why are they doing this or anything like that, because it's just a speculation, right? Who knows what they're doing, why they're doing
I find it interesting that people like to ask us why the other people do certain things instead of just asking those people.
it.
Yeah, yeah, actually, that is it. Yeah, I never thought it that way. Mm. But they are really those scientists and those global leaders. They really pressure us into believing this that Earth is really a sphere. They
Well, the
put it in
paycheck,
our mind.
not really under pressure. They just don't want to miss a car payment and they don't want to have their house gone. So you're just going to do what you have to do till you retire, like I do. I pretend I'm a glober every day, except I don't ever say the word globe, and we never talk about gravity because I immediately say, well, that's really relative density, and everybody shuts up.
Yeah, yeah, man. So I guess once some of the old scientists from the 18th century, once they made a belief, once they established that Earth is a sphere, then maybe the later on scientists that came, they just took that belief and they just imposed it on everybody, and everybody
Yeah,
just
but
believed that.
science doesn't prove Earth is a sphere or flat. It's not a science problem.
Yeah, what I was saying is that they somehow proved it to the people, that made it believe to the people that Earth is a sphere.
All they did was they just went on TV, they talked to somebody, and they said, and they sat down in a chair and they were talking, telling stories, and that was it. Nobody ever proved anything to anybody. They just told stories, and that was it.
Yeah, yeah, that is actually correct. It makes me it makes me think. Hmm.
And then they'd have computer graphics that helps with the story. If they can show spinning balls in a blackness with a bunch of little lights around it, then that looks like the sky. Then that must be what's happening.
Yeah, but what is their motivation to make us, advertise that we did a moon landing and made all of that,
Who? Who? The actors?
uh,
Paychecks.
yeah, actors, paid actors, yeah, whoever those people were. But why would they do such a thing? Why would they make us believe that
Money.
they landed on the moon?
Money.
Okay, so who are they
Fame.
getting paid
Fame and
for?
money. Fame and money. Yeah. That's why they do that. They don't care what you think. You don't even know their names. You can't remember them.
Yeah, yeah, that is actually correct. But mm, so basically, NASA is getting a lot of funding from the US government to make us believe that they are doing a lot of shit, right? They are landing on the moon and all.
All that's probably about 1% of NASA's budget is to make you think that space is real. The rest of it is with the money laundering company. They don't do anything.
Yeah, actually, they mostly don't do anything. They just landed on the moon. They just showed that they landed on the moon.
Maybe
Other than that, they don't do anything.
he worked at NASA. He was an engineer there, and see what he made. The bracket for the Hubble telescope, some other shit, little tiny things. Oh well, this is for research and development. Oh, okay. So they do a lot of research and development. They don't actually make anything.
Yeah, yeah. Plus, it's people like these billionaires like Elon Musk. They want a lot of funding from the US government. So they make us believe that they are doing a lot of shit, like going to Mars and all. So they just want money, I think. Mm.
And if the Earth is flat and the air is contained, then a creator had to create it, and they don't want people to think that either, because that will ruin government.
Yeah, that will ruin that atheistic society,
You know what
liberal.
government means, right?
Yeah, government, I understand. But the
What do you know
government
what
is,
government? The word government means.
yeah, I understand government is the organization, like the liberal democratic.
It goes like this. So govern means to control. Okay,
Oh,
govern. Ment is mind. Mente, mind. Mind control. What do you think of that?
yeah, yeah. Okay, now I understand. I understand.
That's
Yeah.
all that actual word means, is to control mind.
Oh, I never looked at that way. Okay, okay.
Yeah, that's it. That's all that word means. Control mind.
All right. That is a thing that these guys want to, not let people practice the religion, and they want to remove the religion from the society and impose their neoliberal values on the people. But why would they say that Earth is a sphere? They could have done it by saying that Earth is flat, right? They could have just made everybody devoid of religion, even by keeping that the Earth is flat, right? Are you understanding what I'm trying to say? What
Because
is
if
their motivation?
the Earth is a ball that exploded from nothing into everything, and it's in an ever expanding, pointless universe where we are the equivalent of a piece of dust in a football stadium times a 5 million. Then that means we're insignificant and have no meaning. Really, we're just like just another speck of dust in all those lights out there. So there's not a God or anything. But I'm not religious. But if the Earth is flat and it's contained because we have air pressure and it's stationary because we can tell we're not moving. It had to be created because that's the only way you can create something like this. It had to be. It doesn't blow up from nothing and then create a big flat piece of land and water that's always flat and level on the surface. And it only happens. You can only have that water doing that is if you have air pressure above it. If you remove the air pressure, the water turns to gas too. The only way you can have air pressure is if you have a container. So it all just works all the way back to the proof that we live in a created place is air pressure.
Yeah, but they also say this that we have gravity, and because of gravity, we have air pressure. The
My
air is
vacuum,
contained.
my vacuum chamber debunked gravity. I put a cup of water in my vacuum chamber and pulled the vacuum, and the water turned into gas. So that means the gravity didn't hold it down.
Yeah, actually,
Yeah,
yeah, I understand now. Okay.
I
Hmm.
have my vacuum chamber. It's in the garage right now. Who
Hmm.
knows? Maybe I'll get it out since it's getting warm out. See what kind of new tricks.
Yeah, these guys do a lot of shit to get a lot of funding. This AI bubble that is happening these days, it's just bullshit. Too much investment. Uh, like previous in the last year, I think America's GDP increased by about $1 to $2 trillion, and out of that, about 98% was just because of AI funding. I heard. So it was just a AI bubble. Everything was just like that. So they do a lot of shit to get funding. That's what I've heard. So they can do this also.
We'll see how it goes, I guess.
Yeah. So in the server, is everybody in the uh, everybody believes in the Earth flat theory?
What in here?
Yeah, over here.
Oh, well, here's the thing. Some people believe in it, and some people know the Earth is flat. Like I know it's flat, so I don't believe in it. Believing would be like me. Do I believe in Santa Claus? That kind of thing. Belief and knowledge are two different things. In fact, it's the opposite. They're opposites of each other.
Yeah, yeah, I understand. How many people do we have got in this server completely? What is the total head count?
Well, this is the English hub. It's not our flat Earth server.
All
Our,
right, okay, okay.
our server has I don't remember how many people, 30,000 or something like that.
Oh, okay. So Flat Earth server has 30,000. Okay,
In that
okay.
server, yeah, this one here has the one we're on. It has what 500,000 people.
Oh my God. Okay, okay.
They asked us to come here. We didn't. They asked us to open up one of our rooms here, so we did. They like the traffic, and he's a flat earther.
So how long have you been here on this server?
think going on 3 years now, or 2 years on this one and 3 on the other. And the other one that we're all from is like 10 years, something like that.
Okay.
But we're broadcasting live, so our show goes wherever we go.
Oh, your show. I don't know
Yeah,
about
this
your
is a
show, man.
show. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord is an actual YouTube show. 24/7,
Okay.
365 for the past 10 years or so.
Oh, so basically we are on YouTube right now.
Yeah,
Oh, that is
always.
amazing.
Mostly always. 97%
Oh,
of the time. Plus they're down for some reason. Maybe even more than that.
okay, man. Thanks a lot. I will now go to sleep. Okay. I will join the server every day now. It's amazing that I found this. So, what's up? Yeah, I will come back tomorrow for sure.
Did the guy trying to get rid of his Bangladeshi accent just give up? He left.
And he went to bed.
Another win for us.
Yo, Jay, look at the chat.
Yeah, I don't think he was really interested in talking about flat Earth or globe Earth. Anyways, he was just trying to, drop his Bangladeshi accent, which I understand because that is, I would say, out of all the accents you could have, that probably is the most annoying in customer service. So I get it, the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. I get how that doesn't prove flat Earth or globe Earth. I was really interested in it when it happened, but I think I agree with everybody here that it doesn't prove anything. But what if somebody took a boat, went to Antarctica, and just like live streamed,
Oh,
maybe
you
had like
know the irony, like the irony behind what you're saying.
what?
So let's say you wanted to go to Antarctica, okay? It would cost you like thousands of dollars just to go to this little island they have next to Antarctica, because you can't even
Yeah,
actually go to actual Antarctica without being like somebody that actually already works there. It's not. It's totally off access to like civilians.
yeah.
Wait,
I
isn't
get,
there
I
one
get,
live stream?
No, they can only take you to this little place called Deception Island. Not making that up. That's actually what it's called.
yeah, I get you. But I'm not
It
talking
really
about
costs like $8,000 or something like that,
yeah,
like
okay,
bare
but
minimum.
I'm not talking about going on the ice. What I'm talking about is taking a boat. They've taken boats there, and then you take a boat and you just
Okay, if you like, let's say you
and you
tried
just
to like go to
so what
or
you would
whatever.
do is you boat and then you would sail the coast and just not stop and live stream it. And I think that would go a long
They
way. It
would
would be
probably
hard
try to
to
shoot you down, honestly,
Is there a
because
huge
like
wall?
it's restricted area.
Is there a huge wall?
yeah, I know it's a protected area.
Yeah, they
I
would
didn't
just probably try to shoot you down, bro.
you think they would shoot
What's
you?
beyond the ice wall?
I think they would just I think they just board your ship. That's what they would do. They're not
Yeah, they
gonna
would like they'd turn to like some Somali pirates, bro. Be cooked.
they're gonna meet you with deadly force. Why do you think they're gonna shoot anybody?
Sir, we're gonna need you to turn your butt around, restricted area, something like that.
But any adventure like that would take a lot of paperwork and money anyway, so it's not like you could do it by surprise. I mean, that would take a lot of planning. So it would have to be in compliance with the government, with some
Uh,
agency.
Essentially, they're not gonna let you onto the actual continent. They're only gonna let you onto that stupid island.
Yeah, but I think that would be a proof though, if somebody could do it, if we could do it. I know we
Hey,
can't,
there's
but if
one already.
what do you mean there's one?
I don't know if it's fake or true, but you can check it out.
The
Oh,
only
you
thing that
say
you could probably get as close to that was the Red Bull commercial where they supposedly rode a canoe on the ice wall.
This professor might be fake, though. I don't know. He calls himself professor. I don't know if he has a actual PhD in something.
Yeah, and triangles.
But if you could do that, it would prove it either way. You could prove flat Earth or globe Earth through that.
The old flat Earth Dave, bro.
Doesn't prove anything. Could just sail around it and it could be on a flat Earth. I think you could sail around it. It might just be a continent. Actually, in fact, I would lean towards that person.
Look at the side chat. I don't know if that's true, man, but he seems like he's a fake.
But if that were true, if you could just sail around it, say it was a continent, right? Okay. Well, I guess you would have to. Okay, then an even better test would be to sail around it. Like, make sure you've gone around and gone to where you started from, and then go another halfway around and go straight from that point. Then you would prove it. Because if it was a continent, you would be going in a totally, you would never reach land, or at least the land that you know.
Since that can only happen on a flat Earth, what's that going to prove?
Well, that would prove that it's flat.
Well, we already know that because we can just go. I have Lake Erie down the street from me. Literally, the street that's like through my backyard, and then that main street there. I take that north, I'll fall in the lake.
All right.
Somebody could show them the 21-mile thing, like 21 miles, and there's like no curvature at all. That'd be a really good one.
Yeah, but you do that, but then everybody just starts arguing about refraction and the way light moves, and apparent things are apparent position and not real position. So I like to think of ways that are not optical to prove flat or globe Earth. I just think that's
Well, since we can't use optics, and the military can no longer use their weapon systems.
I'm not saying we can no longer use optics. I'm just saying it's nice to have other evidences, that aren't.
The evidence is that the military uses line of sight to blow things up.
The military uses line of sight to blow things up.
Correct. If they can see it, they can hit it.
Yeah, like whenever they use like radar and stuff, that needs a direct line of sight.
Okay, but even if you have direct line of sight, you're still accounting, and the farther you're away, you are accounting for all kinds of different things. So it's actually not right where you're targeting; it's off by some. So you have to account for that. So it's still just an apparent position. You're not actually aiming for that position. You have to aim out of position.
Maybe. How would you know?
Maybe he works for the military.
No.
No, I just have shot guns before, and I know how to.
Yeah. Wind can blow things around. Wind definitely can blow things around. So if it's not windy by you, it can be windy a mile down the road. But most likely, it's probably not. So you're probably going to hit the target.
Mm. Well, we know the horizon is an apparent location. It's not.
That's just for a globe.
No, that's for both. That's flat. That's globe or flat. The horizon, it's apparent.
Really?
Yeah.
Who measured the distance to the horizon?
I'm not talking about the distance. I'm talking about its apparent location. So it'll change like be
That would be the
lower or higher.
distance to it from the person.
I don't know.
Yeah. So since we can just see 20 miles easily, the horizon is just where the sky appears to meet the ground. That's it.
Yeah, where it appears to meet the ground, not where it's actually meeting the ground.
It actually meets the ground right where you're standing.
That's true.
You're just extending the line out from your feet. So it's always below your eye level.
Okay, so you got the y coordinate down, but what about the x coordinate? Because that's what changes, right? It's not the actual height of it. It's the length, because we can tell by how it covers things up. Or
Left and right, Y is forward and back, Z is up and down. I don't know if you know that, but that's how it works.
well, that's what I just said, right? So the y.
I don't
is
know.
the-
I don't know. You said Y. Y is, well, whatever. I'm just saying, it's just so we got our coordinates straight.
yeah. So the distance is changing. That's apparent.
I don't know. Never measured it.
You've observed it. Maybe you didn't measure it, but you definitely observed it.
I'll tell you what, bro. I will humor you and show you a picture from a real plane. There's like literally zero curvature.
You're gonna humor me. That's a claim right there. Let's see. How
All right,
dare
bro.
you?
I literally have gone in a plane, and this is what it looks like inside of a plane.
Guys, is Professor Dave on YouTube fake? Is he lying? He's just doing it for the money.
He's an asshole. But Goth, what are you
I
rambling
I
about?
agree,
literally
he's an
gone on a
asshole,
plane.
man.
It's like there's no curvature, bro.
Yeah, but what are you talking about? Humor me with what?
An actual picture from in a plane. So as you can see
Well,
there's like zero curvature.
Goth, I'm sorry to inform you, but I don't need a picture. I actually have been in several planes.
You can literally see it's flat there, bro.
Okay, and well, okay, what? This isn't humoring me at all. I'd say it's doing the opposite.
Well, what's ironic is by the globe standard, like you should be seeing like some form of curvature at all, right?
Dude,
But it's just flat. So
you're handicapped.
how
It's all right.
it's was it every 6 miles you're supposed to see curvature?
Everybody's got to learn. I get it.
You guys just not getting it.
Definitely not getting the humor.
What do you mean by 6 miles?
He doesn't know what he means. He's just rambling.
About 6 feet every 8 inches per mile. It says. So for 3 miles it'd be 6 feet. So I'm literally hundreds of feet above the ground.
You need
Why
to
is it
understand.
no curvature?
It's 8 inches per mile, and then you have to square it. Come on, dude. You should At least do the basic like Wikipedia search about globe Earth
So bare
before
minimum,
you.
I'm 40,000 feet above the ground, assuming I'm above the clouds, like you can see in that photo. So if I'm 40,000 feet above the ground, I should be seeing some form of curvature.
No, you shouldn't,
Why not?
because you have to actually be higher than the International Space Station if you want to see curvature. This is a fact. You can only see 3% of the Earth's surface from the International Space Station. Now, like I said, dude, you just need to
Says
at least
at
read
40,000 feet, there is
the.
curvature.
No, read
Says
the
at this
Wikipedia
height, the horizon
page.
is 120 to 160 nautical miles away, and it's
So,
clear a
yeah,
degree of curve can be observed,
oh
except
gosh,
for no curve.
Neil deGrasse Tyson disagrees with you. Neil deGrasse Tyson says you can't even see Earth curvature from 110,000 feet. So what are you
The
talking
Neil
about?
deGrasse Tyson is fake, bro.
It's funny.
He's a fake. He's a. He's not
No,
an actual professor, man.
we're talking about the globe Earth model. So in the globe Earth model, you cannot see in the geometry of the Earth, you cannot see curvature at 110,000 feet. And the physics agrees with this. Geometry agrees with this. It's not debatable.
Bro, you're listening to Neil deGrasse Tyson, bro. He is a liar.
No, I'm not
It says
listening
you
to
can
no.
see. It says you can begin to see Earth's curvature directly with the naked eye at an altitude of roughly 35,000 feet, and I am over 40,000 feet up in that photo. There's no curvature, man.
You're just wrong.
Prove it.
I would disagree with that as well.
You're just wrong, Elgoff.
Saying I'm wrong and proving it is two different things, man.
Yeah, well, you're very stubborn, so it's hard to reason with you.
Do me a favor,
I'd
just
say
look up at what height can you see curvature, and then you'll be proven wrong instantly.
Okay, Elgoff, type this into the in the bot because that's all you know how to do. This is what you type in. What percentage of Earth's surface can you see from the height of the International Space Station? And tell me what that number is. What percent? How much of the Earth can you see? See if you can figure that out.
It says they can see roughly 50% of the Earth's surface.
50%? No, you have to be almost to the moon to see 50%.
It
Dude,
says
you
for a
can't
single day they can see 50%. It says right there.
you
Moment
can't
of day
even
covered, 50%.
use the robot. You can't even use the robot.
I think that's talking about them traveling. So the amount they can see over that day equals over
Unless you're
24
trying
hours.
to say it's the 3% in question.
Yeah, at
You
a
just
time, 3%.
Wow, 3%, man. Aren't they
that's just
250 miles up and they can only see 3%?
Yeah,
That's like a load of horse
yeah.
crap, bro.
no, it's not. That's geometry. Just you take the size and circumference of the Earth, and then you take the distance away you are, and you can calculate how much is in the view on a perfect visibility, how much you could see from that distance. It's not that hard.
So if we're double the distance of like from the Earth to the atmosphere, we can only see 3%. Over double. It's literally over double.
So yeah, basically, if you're talking about 40,000 feet, that's nothing, dude. You can't see anything. No, you can't see any curvature. And even at the International Space Station, if you can use the computer properly, you'll find out. that what they claim is that you can barely, if it's perfect visibility and you have a completely radius window that you can see the entire field of view, that you can barely see curvature. That's the claim. So you should figure that out before you try to argue flat Earth, because people are going to bring that up.
So from what you're saying, you can only see 3%, and yet at 80 miles up, it says that the curvature is visually striking and undeniable.
Well, whatever you were reading that on is not correct and doesn't agree with the mathematics, the actual geometry.
Okay, so explain to me the mathematics, since you know so much about the globe Earth.
Well, do you know the radius? It's 3959, right? That's how many miles.
Yeah, I know.
So
I know what basic distance is, and if I'm 250 miles away from something, then I should be able to observe it a lot better than if I'm, I don't know, right in front of it.
yeah, but you literally have to be halfway to the moon. I mean, you have to be way out there to see Earth at 50%, because you'll never see more than 50% of a ball. That's just a rule of geometry. So to get to that point, to see 50% of the claimed globe, you have to be halfway to the moon. That's why they claim they got that picture from the Apollo missions, right? That's like the only one they claim is an actual photograph. Even though they went 11 times, you know, they could have taken a billion pictures, right? So many pictures, but no, they just got a couple. And I think Apple claimed to use that picture, but then they had to admit that it was actually doctored. It wasn't the raw image or something like that. That's crazy. Like, I don't have any respect for Neil deGrasse Tyson, but it's so funny to me that these people will claim that you can see the curvature from an airplane, and then you'll show them Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that it's flat. It's flat at 110,000 feet in the air. They'll see that, and then they'll just have like cognitive dissonance or something, and then just like try to go on to something else or like over talk you. But if Neil deGrasse Tyson says it's flat, like confidently at 110,000, that means the math agrees with him. He's not going to say that in public if it's not true.
Here's a
Especially,
video of him saying it. Here's a video in the side chat of him saying you can't see curve from 300,000 feet Virgin Galactic height.
yeah, I mean, he's considered top in his field in physics, so he can't say something like that. And if he did, and if it was wrong, then guaranteed there'd be responses from the physics community.
He's not really top of his field, but you can see the horizon dip from that far up.
I said he was considered top in his field. Like, yeah, he has some weird political views, I would say, but he at least passed the test for being a physicist, right? So that's saying something. He does have a
He doesn't
doctorate.
really. I don't think he publishes much. He's just like a communicator
Yeah,
at this
yeah,
point.
but he did the doctorate. He passed the test. He took the classes. So
He's a fake.
Yeah, I don't like them.
Like I said, you can see the horizon dip pretty far from that far up.
You can't though, and that's what Neil deGrasse Tyson he says. Even from 110,000 feet, it is flat. That stuff is flat. It looks flat. You can't see curvature, no dipping. It's just flat. That's all. That's all you see.
I don't think you
And
understand
then
what I'm saying. I'm not saying that the you can see curvature from left to right. I'm saying that the horizon is
you either.
much lower than the horizontal.
It's not just left to right. It's in front of you. It's in all angles. You see in a 360-degree angle, right? View. You see all around you. Nowhere does it dip away from you. There is a thing called horizon dip. That's something different. That's not what we're talking about. We're saying, does it appear to be flat or can you see any curvature from the earth? We're not talking about optical things. This is physical things. That's what we're referring to.
Yeah, I was saying it's another evidence for curvature besides what
No,
you're talking about.
no. Horizon dip, it can be at a few hundred feet in front of you. You can calculate horizon dip. It has nothing to do with the curvature of the earth. You're wrong. You
What do
don't
you think I'm
understand.
talking about?
You don't know what horizon dip is. When Neil deGrasse Tyson says it's flat, that means it appears flat in all directions, not just left to right.
So you're
You're
saying
just
we don't calculate a horizon dip from that far
no.
up, or are you saying it's from some other reason?
What I'm saying, you don't understand what horizon dip is. Horizon dip has no place in the conversation. You're bringing it up. It's irrelevant. It has nothing to do with the curvature of the earth. That's what I'm trying to express to you. You don't understand what horizon dip is. That's the problem. You brought it up and you don't understand it.
I have a question. If if the Earth is flat, what on the edge of the Earth?
That's what the government been hiding for us, man.
Yeah, but it's I don't know what's the theory.
I love
I don't know.
hearing globers argue with each other.
I didn't understand what you said. Sorry.
He said you can't see. He said you can't see curvature at 35,000 feet, bro.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. I'm not saying
It's
that,
a
but what if the Earth is for real flat?
That's
What's
what
on
the other
the
guy
edge?
was saying.
It's on video, dude. It's all, just watch the video. Use your brain. There's
What
video evidence.
video? Show me.
Yeah,
Okay, go.
you shouldn't see it. You shouldn't see it anyway, because if you're 90 degrees above the Earth, and you see in 360 degrees, you've got one line that goes around at 360 degrees and meets back around the other side and connects.
Yeah.
So all you see is a straight line
Yep,
on a
that
globe.
is true.
You only see a straight line. I'm not sure what height, how far you'd have to be away from it to see. I think someone calculated. I think it was the planetarium director. I think he calculated 1,000 miles above the surface, something like that.
What was he calculating?
To see left to right curvature, right? So you'd have to be a certain distance away to see a section of a sphere.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he worked out that it was 1,000 miles. I'm trying to remember his name. Paul. Yeah, it's escaping me at the moment, but yeah.
Yeah, but I I still don't understand what's on the edge, like ice walls or what.
I don't know, what's on the edge, dude?
Yeah, bro. What's the government thing hiding for us?
What do you mean by edge, too?
Like
What
if
is it?
the Earth is flat, I don't think it's, I don't know, infinite. Like what's on the border? I don't know how to say it.
Yeah, why
I
they
don't
trying
know.
to
Well,
hide from us? Yeah.
yeah, we don't believe it's in a vacuum of space. It's a disk floating in space. So
Yeah, but what's on the edge of the disc? What's that made of? I don't.
I didn't say it. I just said we don't believe that. It's not a disk in space.
Okay, but if there is no deep space, what's the edge like made of, or what it
What edge?
A wall,
of
maybe?
the flat Earth?
Yeah, what edge?
A big wall? Ice
I
wall?
don't know. Well, the U.S. Geological Surveys, they did a survey, and in their survey they wrote about a wall, right, an ice wall. But I think they were just talking about the ice shelves, right, down in the Antarctic. That's all they're talking about. We don't claim there's a.
I'm not talking about
We don't.
Antarctica specific. I'm talking about the edge because I don't know if you believe in Antarctica or not, and it doesn't matter if you call it Antarctica or not. I'm curious about the, I don't know, what's there on the edge.
I don't know. I've never been there.
Not you
Whether
personally,
it's
but
got.
someone maybe there
No
was.
one's been there.
You have
But
never been in Amazon forest, but you know how maybe it is.
yes, I have.
For me, I didn't, but I can tell you there are a lot of bugs.
Yeah, I've been there. Really bad analogy.
Maybe it's bad analogy, but you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah. So if no one's seen an edge, but you can measure the water's surface to be flat over distance, then why would a edge negate the fact that you measure it flat?
I don't care that what's on the edge, like it's infinite, it's finite. I want to know
I'll give you an answer. I don't know.
because you cannot go infinite in a one direction on an ocean, for an example. If you go in one direction, you will end up somewhere.
Yeah, you always end up somewhere if you're going somewhere, right?
For an example, if you start in England, if you go in one direction on the ocean, you will end up somewhere. It's not
Yeah,
like
you'll end up
infinite.
at some land somewhere, right?
Yeah, but what's on the edge? That's the question.
The edge of the land.
If you don't somewhere, yeah, but the land is infinite. You can, I don't know, climb the wall or what is there. It's a fence. What?
I just said I don't know. But it doesn't negate the fact that the surface measures to be flat, right?
That's not the point.
Well, that's my point. I don't know what you keep on asking. You keep on asking the same question. I've already said I don't know.
Yeah, but how can you believe that it's flat if there is no edge?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You can still measure it to be flat without an edge, right? The surface of water is supposed to be curving.
Yeah,
We
but
measure it not curving.
yeah, but for me it's more interesting what's on the wall or what's behind the wall
Well, you
than the
go and
fact that
find
it's
out
flat.
then and stop asking me over and over again.
I cannot go there.
Yeah, I know. Either can I.
Yeah,
Amazing.
but if you support the flat earth, maybe someone from your society did.
Oh, okay, so if you're a flat earther, then you can go different places than everyone else.
No, but not everyone is equal. Maybe it's maybe in this
So flat
server
earthers
is
have more
someone more
access
richer than
to
me,
Earth than everyone
and
else.
he can go to Antarctica or what it's called, the edge.
I think when you become a flat earther, you get like a flat Earth passport. It means you can
No,
go
I'm
places
not
that other
saying that.
people can't.
No, I'm not saying that. But for an example, I am from other countries that you are not allowed to go in, or maybe it's more harder than
Yeah, it
other.
sounds like a you problem then.
That's what I'm saying. In the flat earth community, there are people from all over the world.
Yeah, I know.
And how can that not be one curious people, men going there? I don't.
So you're not getting it, are you? Right. So do you need an edge of something to measure something to be flat on the surface?
No, you just need the angle, right?
Yeah, if you only need an angle, but it's infinite.
That guy left. What a stupid globe tart.
I don't care how is the Earth. For me, I don't care if it's a cube. But that was my question.
Yeah. Are you satisfied with the answer?
Not really.
Okay, that's fine. Maybe you should search for it then.
Maybe you
You
can
know what
help
was
me.
funny? Before this guy, before the
I want to be teacher.
before he started talking, that guy before, he was actually arguing for flat Earth. Like his argument about horizon or the horizon dip angle and stuff like that. Like he's pretty much exposing flat Earth, not arguing for globe. Because I mean, the horizon's apparent. Most people don't even know that. But he left. So.
Yeah, well, on the flat Earth, a horizon has to be apparent, and on the globe Earth, it's claimed to always be apparent.
Yeah, it's an apparent location. It moves just like the sun. It's also just an apparent location.
Yeah. Well, that's what they say, right? It's so far away. That's why they.
Oh, it just moves
It's where.
around.
Yeah, so
Like
it's where it was 8 minutes ago, right?
it's not reliable. Like you'll come at different times. It'll be different distances.
Well, yeah, that's the claim. Yeah.
Well, it's not the claim. It's what we observe. Like if you do a time lapse photography, you can watch in real time the horizon move up and down and change. Like if you just sit there and
Oh, I thought you were talking about the sun.
Hey, bro,
Right.
I tell you what, humor us and show us a video of that.
no, I'm not gonna do that. I usually just come in here to talk. I don't look stuff up either.
I mean, if you can't even back up your own claim, then why should we listen to you?
Bro,
Well,
are you
it's
a globe?
it's not that hard for you to back it up yourself. Just look it up. I just come in here to talk and learn. I mean, that is the main point of it, right? It's a voice chat. It's not like computer chat.
I, I, I think I think people are getting confused about what side you sit on.
Yeah, bro, I think you're a globe tart, man.
What?
Me or the
No,
other
no, the
guy?
other guy.
Yeah.
No, definitely not. Don't call me that ever. Don't you ever, call me that, sir. That's rude, actually, is what I'd say.
Yo, what's up, you guys?
Are you a globber?
No, technically I'm neither. So I just joined here like yesterday. I'm open to either or. Yo, Judge, you there?
Right here on the defensepost.com, it says the Helios has an operational range up to 5 miles, which is 8 kilometers. I can't post this in the chat, but if you Google the Defense Post, you'll see an article by a person called Joe Sabella.
Okay. But even if it is only 5 miles or even 2 miles, we only need really
The Helios has an
2-mile
operational
laser.
range up to 5 miles, 8 kilometers, and can be scaled to
Okay.
deliver further,
That's
deliver
fine.
up to 120 kilowatts worth of destructive power.
We only need up
So,
to 2 miles anyway to determine if the Earth is dropping underneath that laser.
okay, but you agree though that you don't have a photo of where the light goes straight. The laser goes straight.
Did I not prove one or show one with the Helios?
No, because then we started
Because
going a
even if that's
tangent.
only I only need it for 2 miles. That's all we need is line of sight for 2
that's like,
miles.
but how are you measuring it to see that it's going like this is how the misunderstanding
look,
started. What I'm saying,
I'll
how
show
do you
you
know
why.
on the other side that it's the same height?
because, right, if we set up something like a ruler or a meter stick
Yeah.
touching the very surface of the water,
Yep.
right, and we fire a laser horizontally from the first point, point A, to point B, where the meter stick would be, and they're at the same
Okay.
height.
Yeah, so get me a photo of that. Get me where it's the exact same height.
Okay. Let me see if I can get something for you.
And then you got to remember, like, if it's the same height, can I not then say the exact same thing that you said before about the light bending up?
But then
Can
it
I not
wouldn't be
then
at the
say,
same
oh,
height.
it's just no? What I mean is, can I not then say, oh, it's just a one-off? It's just a weird one-off. I don't know. You need to get what were you saying before? You need to understand the conditions so that we now understand what caused the light to go up. So you need to do the same. If I'm gonna hold you to the same standard you're trying to hold me to, you need to do the exact same thing.
Well, I don't care if they go up. I only really want to use it when it's straight, line of
I
sight, as they
yeah,
normally are.
that's my whole point. That's my whole point. Is you don't want to use it
Well,
when it's
that's when you would
inconvenient
want
to
it
your own
as
point.
well, because
No,
if it is line of
that's
sight,
what I'm
that's good
asking
for the
for.
globe. Because then
No,
if it is line of sight, then you can measure that drop over distance. The
no,
water
no.
would actually be dropping from that laser if it is line of
I
sight,
don't
so that's a good
care.
thing.
It's your proof. It's not my proof. It's your proof. So I don't actually
No, that
care
would
what it
prove the
is.
globe. That would actually
No,
literally prove the globe for me, right?
okay,
If
so
the Earth
okay,
is dropping underneath
that'll
a
be
line of sight
different.
laser, then it's good. That's good for you. You want it to be line of sight.
No, because you can then say, "Oh, it's refracting down," wouldn't you?
Well, you can only say it's refracting down, right? For example, like on a globe,
Yeah,
because
you
it could
can,
also be, brother.
which
That's
I
the whole point of
suspect.
saying that the lasers are line of sight.
But a laser gets bent by the atmosphere. This is my whole point. Is that your proof is that it
Brother,
travels
if it
perfectly
is,
parallel? What I'm saying is
for
no, it's
example,
not. It doesn't travel perfectly parallel.
if it is, for example, 6 inches on point A, 6 inches on the other one, okay, on a globe, it would have to bend down. You understand that, right?
Why would it have to bend down? As if it was
Because if you're shooting it
the same
horizontally,
distance. Yeah, if you shoot it 2 meters and then it hits a 2 meter ruler at the very top of it, then yeah, it
well,
has
we're
to
not
bend
just trying
down.
to hit the target, we're just shooting it horizontally.
Yeah,
So
as
we're
in
not
yeah,
aiming, yes,
if
because
you're
on a
going
globe, we have to point the
parallel,
laser downward, right? We would have to point the
as
laser
in
physically
okay,
down.
I don't mean hit as in well, I mean hit as in the laser light would shine and it would touch. Let's say touch. It would touch the top of that 2 meter ruler. Do you agree?
Here, check this out. This is what I'm talking about. Okay, if we're
Yes.
shooting it
Yeah, I
horizontally,
understand.
right?
I agree with you. I agree with you. So get me a photo of where it goes perfectly straight.
The laser shooting straight. Okay.
And where you have it like hit a 2 meter mark target from 2 meters above or 3 meter or however long you want it, right? But it needs to be at the same altitude.
Would 27 miles be enough?
27 miles up.
Mm-mm. Across.
Exactly. Across. So it needs to be exact across 27 miles.
Yep.
And we're holding him to the same standards. You need to show the weather gradient across that 27 miles.
It's over a frozen lake.
That doesn't answer the question.
What do you mean it doesn't answer the question?
As in, do you know what the temperature gradient is?
Well, do you know
across
what
the lake?
do you know what the temperature gradient would have to be for it to bend the laser perfectly
We're
over
not
the
talking.
curve for 27 miles?
We're not talking about that though. His proof was that if you shot a laser horizontal, almost
Yeah.
always it would go perfectly horizontal. Right?
Yeah. The majority of times that it's been done, yeah, that's what happens. Yeah.
Right. So that's what his claim is, right? And when I posted
Yeah.
a photo of it bending up,
Yeah,
in that
but that doesn't
instance,
help.
he's like,
That
you
doesn't
need
help
to
you
get.
though.
I know. It doesn't matter. I'm just trying to disprove the information you're bringing forward. We can talk about my beliefs and stuff later, but like we're stuck on this one thing, which is fucking annoying, right? But what I'm saying is, it's bending up. And then he's then
Yeah.
saying, so
But
why?
you need it to,
What I'm
you need
basically
it to
saying
bend.
is, so
You need it
light
to
is
bend
bent
down,
through the
though.
atmosphere. No, okay, listen to what I'm saying. I'm not talking about what I need at the moment. I want to get onto that, but we're stuck on what his proof is. So what I'm saying, right, is the light is bending up, which means the light in the photo that we sent before, I'm not sure if you saw it, it's a laser and you see it bend up over a lake, right? In this
Yeah,
instance,
I've
light
seen
has
that
been
before.
bent. Yeah, so light has been bent
Yeah.
by the atmosphere. So in that instance, right, we know that light is bent by the atmosphere. So if you're going to take a photo of light, if you're
Yeah, but
going to basically take
have you got an instance of it bending down, the
it
laser?
doesn't matter, dude. It doesn't matter. The point is it bends. And so what
Okay.
I'm saying is, so the light would not be exactly horizontal. How do you know that we're not on an Earth and the Earth like bends inwards? You know, we're on the inside of the sphere.
What?
The light bending upwards would still work if we were on the inside of a sphere.
Yeah, but then you'd have to measure upwards. So
Yeah,
then
exactly.
it would have to go. Then it would have to go up 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So what I'm saying is the light, how do you know that the light is going straight? That's my whole thing. How can you tell that your laser is not being affected by refraction? And he said before, Lad said, well, you need to
I
take.
didn't know you added in a concave Earth. I didn't know you added that.
Yeah,
In.
yeah, I added that in because I'm basically saying if the light bends up, then it would work in a concave Earth that you could shine it both at 2 meters, have it be refracted up, and then they would both be hitting at 2 meters on a concave Earth. So what I'm saying is, how can you tell that your light that goes perfectly parallel, how can you tell it's not being affected by refraction? It's kind of like if you ever heard of the two generals problem, it's all kind of similar spirit to that.
Yeah, but are you arguing for a concave Earth or?
No, I'm not. No. What I'm basically saying is, here's an instance in which you agree that it bends upwards. Like, do you agree that light can bend upwards over like long distances?
Well, we've seen it in certain instances, laser bending up when it gets closer to the shore, right?
Yeah. So we can basically see an instance where that happens. Right? Like, we know it's possible, is what I mean.
Yeah, but then the question becomes, have you got evidence of it bending down?
No, because we're not talking about the globe yet. This whole discussion started because I was talking about one thing, and then he's basically like, well, here's the proof that I've got that it's flat, right? And then we started talking about lasers, and this is how we've got into this conversation, right? So we're not talking, like, again, I want to talk about how it's a globe, but we're still stuck trying to disprove this because he doesn't want to basically admit that the light is being affected by refraction. So again, how can you prove that the light that you're shining that is going perfectly horizontal, right? How can you tell that it is not being affected by refraction?
That's a good question.
Yeah, it is. And this is my point where the laser is it's not a great way to prove it. It's a really difficult way to prove it. That's why when I was talking to him, I'm like, there are other ways to do it. And that's why I don't think the laser is a good way for you guys to argue. That's why I started talking about satellites and stuff.
Yeah. Then the question becomes, how much is the laser refracted and can it bend down?
Exactly.
Yeah. And then you'd have to show an instance of it. But then you'd have to show an instance of the laser bending down.
Well, I mean, the guy posted a YouTube video of that earlier in the chat. If you want to scroll up, with the
laser bending down.
Yeah, both up and down
in the atmosphere.
Yeah, he gets a closed iron, and he basically.
Okay, yeah. So the heat
up and down.
Yeah,
but the point is, it doesn't matter.
No, wait. But that's an extreme barrier, right?
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. So that.
But it works for both bending up and down. The reason why it's extreme is because he's in a bedroom.
Doesn't happen in the atmosphere, right? That extreme doesn't happen in the atmosphere, right?
Yeah, because he's in a bedroom and he's trying to get it to work over shorter distances to bend more.
Yeah, so you'd have to demonstrate it in the atmosphere.
Well, yeah, exactly. And this is kind of my point, is using lasers to prove that the Earth is flat doesn't work because you have to prove that it's not being refracted. I would also have to prove that it's not being refracted or that it
Well,
is being diffracted.
You'd have to
refracted.
prove that it is being refracted, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, exactly. It depending on if it was going and hitting higher or lower or dead on where it's meant to, right? So this is my point about how lasers are not like, it's not good proof at all because, I mean, are you really going to take like 50 like air density and temperature reports all along the like laser line? Like if you want to get
Well,
some
then you're
proof where
asking
you've
for the
actually done that,
impossible, right?
I
Yeah.
agree. Yeah, I agree. It would be really hard to do that. You know, that's why I
So
say it's not really good proof.
there was a guy who set up all these like different measuring stations over a frozen lake, like point to point, and each point detected the laser the same distance off the surface. There was another
but
one like that. Like that's pretty good, right?
Yeah, but you're
So
not. You need to
frozen.
detect the
Yeah, but
temperature
he's got a.
gradient or the
Yeah,
density gradient, whatever one.
He did that too. I'm just at work, so I can't show it. I can't get it at the moment.
enough.
But he did do that because it was on a frozen lake. So what he did was he took a snowmobile over the ice and measured all the different, like at intervals, measured all the temperature differences at all the intervals, right?
The only issue is that
and
intervals do change, like over
yeah, I know, but
density
now
does change.
So now you're just adding in the impossible, right?
No, I'm not adding in the impossible. I'm saying it kind of by definition, like the best way to do it is basically you would get a bunch of tall structures like 5 meters, right? And you would have them all with like at 1 meter intervals, you would have air density meters, and then you would basically stick them along every, 100 meters or whatever, right? And then you would be able to tell, oh, is the thing uniform? Are they all uniform in density, or are they creating a lens?
Yeah, even if you do that and they are slightly different, you still need an extreme boundary for it to change direction.
I don't think you need an extreme boundary. What do you mean?
So if you're a meter off the ice, right?
Yeah.
What differentials are you going to have at those heights, right?
Well, that's why you would probably want to do like 3 meters.
Yeah, so you're not going to have
an
iron. You're not going to have an iron difference, right? Like the heat difference from an iron is 200 degrees from the air temperature, right?
Yeah, of course. But over long distances, it does get
that. Yeah, but then you'd have to work out what would the difference be to refract the laser down at the rate of the Earth to be able to measure at the same height off where it leaves to where it ends up.
Yeah,
you have to work that out.
Yeah, you'd have to work that out. Well, I mean,
you guys will.
Yeah, I agree.
Because your claim is that
Globe Earther would both want to do it. Then we would both have to work it out, or whoever does it, basically, whoever does the experiment has to do it. I think we can agree on that. Unfortunately, I'm in Australia where lasers are 1 milliwatt. You can't. It's not legal to get higher than 1 milliwatt, so it's fucking hard for me to do an experiment like this.
Then it becomes how do you work that out, right? How do you work out that the laser is refracting to the same rate of curvature of the Earth, and what differentials it needs in temperature to do that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a physicist or a mathematician, so I can't tell you that. But I'm sure there's people smarter than me that can figure it out. But the point is, I think we agree that it is shit proof.
No, it's not.
Unless we get that experiment. Unless we get that experiment.
The burden of proof is kind of on you guys, because you guys are claiming that lasers refracting down to the curvature of the Earth. So you'd have to back that claim up,
I'm not even
right?
claiming that. I'm not claiming that. The other guy, I think he's just left. Latz.
No, he's not claiming that either.
No, he was claiming that it goes directly straight. and that's
Yeah.
why I'm saying, can you get proof of
Yeah,
that? So he was
that's
making
what
the
I'm
initial
saying.
claim.
So from our observation, it seems to do that, right? So you all your sensors, your vision, the cameras, the receivers, the laser are all telling you that it's going over a flat surface, and it's leaving at one height and you're detecting it at the other height, right? So everything's saying that that's over a flat surface, but you guys say no, it's the light's curving over a curved surface. So then everything comes back on you guys, because going against your senses would say it's curving, right? So you'd have to work out if it is curving at the rate of the sphere, and you'd have to be able to measure the sphere and measure the laser at the same time to say that it is refracting at the same rate as the Earth.
What I'm saying is,
because it goes
what I was
against your
asking him
senses, right?
for, what I was asking him for is an instance in which they would end up at the same height, and he couldn't get one, or he ended up leaving.
I'll get you one.
So,
I'll get you one.
Yeah, and then what I'm saying is, because if you've got this, you need to prove that it's not being refracted, because we've got instances in which light can be refracted.
Well, no, you'd have to prove that it's refracting.
Yeah, but I'm not the one doing the experiment. Like I presume you're going to link me an experiment, right? And
Yeah,
I can't.
I was going to give you a PDF to it as well. But
Yeah,
it's not an
so I
experiment. It's
can't.
just an observation, right?
Yeah,
There's no
so I
science
can't.
about it, right?
I can't be there when it's happening and do all the measurements, right? So that's why I'm saying it's kind of shit proof. Unless they themselves have done these things, then
Well,
it
it's shit.
doesn't really work.
Yeah, it's shit proof to you because you can't refute it. You're just saying if this, then that, right?
No, I'm not saying
So
if
in
this,
order
then
for you
that.
to
I'm not
refute
saying
it,
that
you'd
at
have
all.
to show that, well, the laser. First of all, the laser bends down, which has never
No, I'm
been.
not saying. I'm not saying if this, then that. I'm not saying that at all. Well, all I'm just saying is it's shit proof, and it's like, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
Like,
yeah,
it's not
that's
proof
where
of what
we'll
you're
agree
saying.
to disagree on that. Yeah, because there's many different ways that they've done it. I just can't get them at the moment, but I'm sure someone if they're in the
Well,
chat
if you can, if someone else can post it, or if later on, if you can post it, I'll definitely have a look.
Yeah.
Ping me, but until then,
Let
that's why.
Let me save your
basically
name,
this
and when I
whole
get home, I can send it to you.
the technologist.
Yep.
If you want to ping me, yeah, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, there's people are putting some things in the chat for you as well. But...
Yeah, let me have this one. Alright, let's have a look. This is a 43-minute video, but I've got to see if I can.
The one at the bottom, Dr. John D. from Daggers.
Peer to peer. The issue is I don't see anywhere here where he's actually taking the measurements along the line that it's hitting.
Well, you'd have to watch it, right? You can't just look at
the. Yeah, I agree. But I'll have to watch it later. It's like 43 minutes.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's why the initial discussion, I was talking about like GPS satellites and other satellites and stuff, and that's how we see that they basically trace at a fixed distance. They end up tracing a circle, and we end up basically losing the signal once they go over this horizon. And so that's why I'm saying it's a lot better, because out there's no atmosphere, and so it's kind of a bit easier to do these kind of experiments.
Claim, right?
Yeah, that's the claim at least, right? Yeah, but we can also kind of say that the propagation delay we're able to use, so it doesn't actually matter if it bends or not, because we're still receiving the signal. It's just like the propagation delay, which is to say the time it takes for the signal to reach the satellite and come back to Earth. That is the way that we can kind of tell it's tracing this globe, as well as things like the Doppler effect as well. That's how we can tell how fast it's going. There's a bunch of very smart ways that a bunch of very smart people can figure all that stuff out. But that's where the argument stemmed from.
Are you saying you can directly communicate with these satellites that you're talking about?
Yeah. So I'm a bit of a radio nerd. I've taken readings off of the Himawari 8 satellite. I have set up for work, like I've set Starlink up, quite a few of them up. Like I've connected to satellites. My smartwatch has like a SOS satellite mode that I was able to use like a test thing on. There are a lot of ways that you can directly connect to satellites and tell that they're actually up in the sky and they're not from the ground, basically. And the only kind of response I've heard from flat earthers is like, it's like, oh, it's on the dome or whatever, you know. And I'm like, doesn't, you know.
Well, I don't think
I don't
anyone.
really understand.
I don't think anyone in here would have said that. But
Yeah, no, it was in the other flat Earth server, but
Which
I
one?
think that server's I can't remember what it's called, but it's got like a comic. It's of like the flat Earth, like in a bowl shape, and it's got like the sun above it or whatever. So I can't remember what it's called. There's someone in there. There's like a YouTuber that was in there as well. So I think it was a bit of a piss take. But the point
was
is
that the
basically,
one where McToon was recently? That one?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I'm not in there. I think I've got banned from there. That's probably why.
No, I think he closed. I think if it's the same one you're talking about, it's he closed it.
Oh, okay.
Because
No,
one
I
was
beefed.
subscribing to his YouTube or something.
Okay. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure it's because I beefed with someone else that was like not even flat Earth. We just beefed over this like the other thing that had like nothing to do with flat Earth. Anyway, but the point is like, yeah, like you can tell that these satellites are broadcasting because you can use like antenna gain. It doesn't depend on like it doesn't mean really how sensitive the antenna is. It's how sensitive in one direction it is. And so if you use like Starlink, it's like 40 decibel gain. And so that's how you can tell it's basically it's almost like a laser version of an antenna. And so that's how you can tell that it's coming from the sky and it's not coming down from the ground.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I don't know much about that stuff, so I wouldn't.
That's fair enough.
I wouldn't be the one to make an argument about it. Yeah.
That's fair enough. The other guy, I think, said that he kind of knew a little bit about it, but like he's left. It's kind of annoying. Oh, like fuck, not much I can talk about.
Anyway, I've got to get back to work. So,
Righto.
if anyone
Well,
else wants to
talking.
chat, yeah, I'll save your name and I'll send you these videos if I get a chance later.
Righto. Catch you.
All right. See you, mate.
Does anyone else want to talk satellites or any other, I guess, flat Earth stuff? Quite interesting, I find. No one else? What about Neil? You got a bit riled up before.
Yeah, I'm too drunk for the live stream. I'm gonna pass.
Fair enough. Anyone else? What about Zygomatic? You've been in here from the start. I disconnected right as I said that. Where is it? Does anyone else want to talk flat Earth? Feels like a waste. We've got the bot in here, but no one wants to talk. It's just the Technologist podcast show.
Testing. Give me a second. I'll get you somebody in here who wants to speak.
Thank you. Damn, that guy got fucking the voice of an angel.
You're the technologist. I'm not FE. I'm a globe Earth person. But
Yeah.
if you could, like, when you get time, not, I have to do it tonight. It's a long thing. I've got at 31 minutes past the hour. I've got a laser experimental design that I've been shopping with these guys and like workshopping with them, as well as some other globe Earth people, as well as just some common everyday folks to just kind of see what their opinion is of this experimental design. And I've just been building it out for a few weeks now.
Okay, yeah, definitely take a look. Is it on the YouTube or the Twitch?
It's at 31 minutes past the hour in the chat from Shane-RB.
There we go. Laser beam follow experiment. That'd be an interesting design. So you basically have a drone follow. Yeah, basically have a drone follow the laser and tell if it's dropping. Yeah, I could see that. If you make sure it's like at the correct distance. But then the issue is then that the flat earthers would claim victory, the globe earthers would also claim victory, wouldn't they?
Yeah,
Because if the light,
I've been sharing it with them because I want to try to see what would be their inputs on it, right? Or what would be the flaws that they see in it, so I can kind of whittle it down. And we've been going
yeah,
further and further down it. How do you determine if the laser is level? Can you actually level something? All those discussions are continuing ongoing, but the more I look at it, it really doesn't matter if the laser is level, because really you just need to measure along the length of the laser's run, and you need to measure the weather along the laser's run so that you can kind of either rule out reflection or refraction or count it.
yeah. That's what I would think. Because the issue I see with this experiment is that the drone, if it was on a globe, for example, this would be like the path. I don't know if you can see my screen or not. That's the path that we would see from refraction, and this is the path we would then see. Like the drone's distance would remain constant, if you know what I mean. So if it's following along the Earth, and we're assuming it's a globe, then the drone's distance would be following the curvature of the Earth. But I think an experiment where you literally just got like a laser pointed out like that across like a flat plane, and then you just have like not weather stations, but like a station where you have multiple sensors based at like a meter or half a meter or 30 centimeters apart, and it would tell the like probably just temperature and air density, anything else you want, and then you just have multiple of these all across the run. It could
How do you
even
know it?
be every
How do
20
you know it's a
meters. I don't know.
flat? How do you know it's a flat plane though? How do you measure the flat plane? If you're saying,
So,
like, because you're saying
what do
the
you mean?
laser beam, right? So
Yeah.
how do
Well,
you
we're
measure a
trying to.
flat plane on Earth? Right, that's what I'm saying.
Well, this is what I'm saying is that like you would point the laser, which is what this is talking about, but you would use, you would try to, like what the other guy said, you would basically try to rule out or cancel out refraction.
Yeah, I know, but how do you, like you said, if you get a flat plane on Earth, like how do you find that flat plane?
How would you find it to be flat? So what in this experiment,
Yeah.
you would have like this like flat line, and then you would have a 2-meter object on one side and then a 2-meter on the other, and you'd shoot a laser and it should hit the very top of that laser if it's perfectly parallel to the ground or tangential to the ground.
Yeah, I know, but
depending
how do you
on
know
what
the
side you're on.
land underneath it is flat, right? Because your whole query was that how do you know the laser's going straight? So
Well,
how do
yeah,
you know the laser's going straight? Like, what are you measuring off the ground to get it straight?
you could
You know
use
what I
a
mean?
spirit level, probably.
The
That's
spirit
probably the
level,
easiest
the
way to
whole
do it.
way across, because you're going to have to do like the distance that everyone's going to be satisfied is going to have to be a
I know what you mean.
significant difference, right? Yeah, you see what I mean?
Yeah, so you'd probably need like a salt flat or something. Yeah, it'd be fucking
Yeah,
hard. It
but
is a hard experiment to do, but
it's hard because one side says a salt flat is curving and one side says the salt flat is flat, right? So,
well, I
and
guess
if
you'd find
we
out.
say and then if we say, oh, we'll just use a spirit level, then you guys say, but a spirit level measures vertical from a sphere. So it's like no one's going to be satisfied with any result. It's so difficult to do.
But I
one of
think
the things
either
that
way.
one of the things that my experiment handles is that although right now I've got it where you're leveling the laser, you really don't need to because really you're just measuring the contour. So if the laser's pointed up, it's still going to measure a contour. As the laser's pointed slightly down, it's still going to measure a contour. But you still have to deal with refraction is the thing that's really the crux of it, right? Is there an agreement on ways to measure refraction, like whether it's the the artificial star that's used in kind of astronomy and from observatories and on military ships and everything else, or is it using two lasers, one different wavelengths, and doing the math to calculate what is the refraction between those two when they don't meet at the same place?
Yeah, there was an interesting one that the U.S. military did from Hawaii to one of the Hawaiian islands to another Hawaiian island, and they used 3 different wavelength lasers to work out. So it was about targeting systems. So they would to work out which one refracted at a different rate, and they all ended up at the same height as each other. So there was no difference in refractive rate between the wavelengths in the laser.
I think that's because there's very little atmospheric scattering at such a distance, like in terms of like. Because if you think about it, if they all hit the same, that
I
means
think it was
uniformly they would
close
hit at the same one.
to. Yeah, I think it was close to 100 kilometers.
Yeah, but what I'm
149
saying is,
kilometers.
149
then
was it?
Yeah. It was 149 kilometers. Is the combat trials?
Yeah, I think
that
so.
the one you're
Yeah,
referring to?
I think so. Yeah.
But then if you would see, for
Yeah,
example,
that's not what they found though. They didn't find that they all met the same when atmospheric conditions were favorable to refraction.
So what was the difference?
They've got a bunch of data because it's a 10-year experiment, and they did multiple reports. The one that's the most like kind of put together is like the one from 2010.
Yeah.
Let me pull it up.
And what was the difference in
While you
rates?
guys talk.
But the rates would be this is just off instinct, but if that were true, then anytime we would see refraction, we'd also see it like color shift. Even if we see refraction by 2 meters, then surely we would see it like color shift. But that's because the
What do you mean
difference
color
in
shift?
so
the laser or visually, like the image you're looking at?
It would be either, but you'd see like the laser, I guess. Also, I'm not even
Color.
sure. Does light refract at different levels depending on its like wavelength?
I don't know. That's what they were testing for. I think he's got more information on it. Yeah.
Yeah, it does refract at different wavelengths. It reflects differently. It's not a huge difference, but
Yeah.
like infrared would be something that usually doesn't refract as much. And then blue
Now
lasers,
that's
or sorry,
now
other
that's
way.
interesting, isn't it?
It's the other way. I'm sorry. Blue light refracts less than the red lights, and then so anything below.
But what I mean is, if you were to see, because I don't think flat earthers deny refraction, they just say it doesn't go like down. But if it goes up, then like everything would be color shifted at different rates. We'd be seeing like weird rainbows and shit. So what I think is the difference in rates of refraction is so small that you wouldn't see them shift that much. Like you wouldn't see the heights of them scatter any differently, like not in any kind of measurable or visual way. But that's just my instinct. I have to have a look at. Also, I wonder how they would use different colors lasers. I don't know. Hard to measure. Because lasers are normally just one wavelength. Yeah, I'm gonna take a piss and be back.
Lasers they can be across almost the entire visual spectrum, but we typically use green because it's one of the stronger ones. That's cheap. Blue's even stronger. And then after that, you're getting into like CO2 lasers and other things that have an even more intensity. And then red's kind of your weakest ones.
Yeah, I use green at work.
Green's a pretty good one.
Yeah.
You can
Visual
usually
during the
see it
day
pretty
as
well
well.
too.
It's better. I've got a red one as
doesn't
well, but it doesn't work as well in the daylight.
Yeah. Most of the stuff I'm reading about in the combat, at least their last paper that they wrote, their last part of their research, when they're talking about the different wavelengths, they're talking about the scintillation of it. So they're talking about the flickering of the light and not talking about the refraction of it. At least in their final articles. They're just saying that different colors flickered differently. Kind of strange wording of stuff. The wavelengths scintillated in complicated ways. But they weren't, according to this, they were not measuring steady dispersion.
Oh damn, he left already. Oh well. Thanks Timbo, by the way, for covering me. To go shower.
Labs can't bench 225. What I miss?
Nothing much. That dude left. I was waiting for him to come back. Or I was coming back hoping he was still gonna be here, but he's gone.
I liked him because he was real knowledgeable on radios, and I would have loved him to have the conversation with Yoder.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And I need to get better with the refraction. I gotta learn what Andrew Thomas Young says about atmospheric refraction. I gotta get better at that.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I did a deep dive into lasers like 2 weeks ago. So I'm so sick of people bringing that shit up. I'm just like, hey man, I'm gonna just shit on y'all about these fucking lasers, man.
Hey Shane, you still there? And I do apologize about any background noise I might have.
Oh, all good, man. I didn't notice anything.
Cool, man. No, everybody accuses me of having the worst fucking microphone ever, so I'm just like, fuck you. I'm saying what I'm saying.
Oh, it's all good, man. I can understand you.
So with your whole drone thing, I was thinking about some things. So if you're gonna do it over land, you have to know where sea level is. So like you can claim altitude, but then like different locations are gonna have different air pressures, and so you can't really use an air pressure sensor to do level against sea level. You know what I mean?
No, you're right. Yeah, I mean, I was planning on doing it over water, and I'm not. Yeah, and trying to do it like not across the surface of the water, not low. And
Right,
that's
like a
not
couple
very. That's
hundred feet
pretty
in the air.
relative for me to say not low, right? Like what the
No,
hell's
I get
not?
it. Like a couple hundred feet in the air, you want to kind of like mitigate any possible refractive possibilities. You just want it to be
Yeah,
a solid straight line, and then there's your tangent, and then is there deviation from the tangent?
yeah. And I think yeah, I was really struggling with thinking about how to level at the point of origin for the laser. Um, that everybody would agree is level and is some type of level. And then I just started kind of working through, does it really matter if the laser is level as long as it's not obviously pointing downward or obviously pointing upward? Because you would get on a curved surface, you're going to get a contour. On a flat surface, you're going to get either a downward slope or an upward slope, and that's all you're going to see. You're not going to get a contour.
Right. I would say do it. You have to do it over water, man. Like I don't think there
Yeah,
would
I
be
think
any other
so.
way. You could do it over a salt flat and claim that it's a flat surface, right? But then you have to prove that that would be curving. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because a
it
salt
seems like
flat's
it would.
flat.
It seems like kind of going after the central thing. Like both sides agree about the nature of water, right? At least they agree on their version of it. Like, I'm a
Well,
globe earther, so I agree that water is going to
it's
have a shape to it. Flat earthers agree that there's a shape to water. When we talk about flat surfaces, then we both disagree, like where we can't, like you can't even get people to agree who are on the same side, you know?
well, we Globers and flat earthers all agree that water is level on the surface. Now, what the definition of level is the story. But if it's curving, it's going to be curving over water because water is uniformly being pulled down centrally because of gravity.
Yeah, yeah. I think water is basically the only thing that's going to work for anyone to see it as having any validity. I can't imagine it being over land.
But I like the high altitude thing. I even got another one for you. A few of us flat earthers, we've been talking about this too, but it's difficult to get the equipment. Obviously, you got to have money, or at least have somebody with the ability to donate the equipment so you can properly do it. Flying with mechanical gyros halfway around the world. And not just one, but like, 3 or 4 or 5, just in case one fails for some reason, then at least you have others to compare to. Because if mechanical gyros hold their rigidity in free space, regardless of anything, right? Then if you fly halfway around the world, it should be upside down by the time you get to the other side. You don't even have to do halfway. You do a quarter weight. It should just be canted 90 degrees.
I see what you're saying. Huh.
There's a question mark when it comes to ring laser gyroscopes, and that is whether or not there's a mechanical error in a 15 degree per hour shift. Like it's spun up, it does a certain thing, and then after a certain thing, after a certain time, it then starts to drift. And so there's been questions amongst flat earthers. So I'm not sure everybody would accept a ring laser gyroscope in this situation. Could you take one on the plane with you? Yeah, but I think a mechanical one would be best. Sorry. A mechanical one would be best because you're eliminating any kind of electronic failures. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. That's it. Yeah. Oh, not something I've looked at a whole lot, so I'd have to really kind of learn what all is happening there. But I wonder if you could. I mean, I travel from the U.S. to Australia pretty often, so
there you go. But so if you're gonna do mechanical gyros, you're gonna have to do a bunch simultaneously. It just can't be, one on every trip because there's nothing to compare it to. What if there's instrument error?
And I got to be able to get them through TSA.
I'm pretty sure, so TSA will let you travel with a lot of shit as long as you pre-plan it ahead of time.
Yeah.
As long as you clear it ahead of time.
And as long as you tell them, something really simple, what it is, you've got to have a simple explanation. Because if you got something complex and they see it, they're going to get scared.
Right, but I mean, you could literally say, "Hey, I mean this would be stupid. You may not get it on the first try, but eventually people would get to know you. Like, look, man, I'm not a flat earther, but I'm in these flat Earth communities, and we're doing something called force the line, where we're trying to find a way to determine Earth curvature or flatness and whatnot. And so we have this experiment that we're trying to do with all these mechanical gyroscopes. And I'm taking a trip, and I would like to take these gyroscopes with me to do an experiment and document the results. You could show them your YouTube channel, say, hey, it's my YouTube channel. You can give me a follow. I'll post the results as soon as I get the results in and all the data and everything. Little things like that. I mean, honestly, the friendlier you are with some of these things and the more open you are, and you just get people involved. Like, hey, can I talk to air traffic control? What do you think? Run it by a few people a few times and just see what they think. And say, is there any documentation I need to fill out in order to bring this on a flight with me?
I'm searching for some portable mechanical gyros.
Because you can travel with a firearm from state to state in a plane. You just have to announce it prior to. And you have to lock it up in a lockbox. And then when you go through your checkpoints, they'll have you unlock it in front of them. You have to show them that everything is being transported appropriately. People do it all the time. People think it's a hassle to get it checked in or whatever, and it's not. You just got to fill out the right paperwork.
Yeah, that's not too bad to do. I've done that a couple times, usually with like long guns, like a hunting trip or something like that.
Exactly. That's usually when people would bring one too. Like bring a 308 or 30-06. You just gotta make sure you clear it with customs. So you hunt?
Not so much anymore. I've been spending more time like fishing and fly fishing than hunting.
You just enjoy peace and quiet, huh?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah.
You just want to sit there and not think about a fucking thing.
Yep. Although fly fishing seems to be more like all I'm thinking about is how many flies I'm gonna lose in trees,
Yeah.
how many times I'm gonna twist my ankle on some rocks, but it's still
No.
enjoyable.
Because all you're thinking about is like, how do I play with this fish to get him to fucking bite?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, that's where the madness starts.
Yeah. Well, the reason why I was asking if you did any hunting, what's the longest shot you've ever taken?
I mean, for actual hunting,
Yeah.
not very far, man. Like, I'd say maybe like 150 yards. So not very far. Everything I've done has been kind of more in forested areas. I have taken a 3/4 mile shot, but that was like in a controlled range with a person like teaching me how to do it.
All right. Did you have a Coriolis computer on your rifle?
No, no,
Did you account for the Coriolis?
no. It was before that movie came out with Mark Wahlberg.
If I can account for the Coriolis. Man, I was in the Army, and so in 2000 to 2003, I was in the Army. I was in the infantry. When I went through my arms training, they told me one of the things, when you're accounting for your shooting to hit your target accurately, weather, temperature, humidity, pressure, wind, like all these different things, heat, and then they said Coriolis, and I said, well, I know how to account for all the other things because I mean you can tell by like how everything feels outside. You know what the weather feels like. You can tell the wind. You can, if you're really in tune with yourself, you can tell the pressure because if you have a headache, it's probably high pressure that day. But or you'll feel the pressure moving in, and so you'll feel a headache coming on. But I asked, I said, so how do we account for the Coriolis? And the sergeant said, we don't, so we're moving forward. I was like, okay, all right, I'll just take your word for it then. And so in shooting, I never accounted for the Coriolis. The longest shot I ever took was 900 yards through a sniper rifle. Let's see. On average, I was shooting 3 to 350 yards. When I was a saw gunner, I was shooting over 400 yards. You don't account for the Coriolis, man. Like, if you miss your target, that's the last thing you're fucking thinking about, and it doesn't even matter if you account for it or not.
Yeah, I was talking with somebody else about it who was trying to convince me that I was wrong, that hunters and snipers are accounting for the Coriolis effect. I was like, I could see someone saying that, and maybe there's a calculation for it that they're using, but when, like, I mean, if you shoot guns, there's just like this other sense that happens. I don't know what it is, but there's just something where I can just I could pick
I
up a
call it the
BB
hand of God.
gun.
I
I could
call it
pick
the
up
hand of
any
God.
gun. Yeah,
But
and
I
it just
call it the hand of God when you put your fucking round on target and you just know that that's the moment you're supposed to pull the trigger to hit dead center.
yep, yep. Just this weird feeling where you just get it.
Yep.
It's like you're you're not even thinking about like how much wind or anything. It's just like innate. I've got to lead this much. I've got to
You're
you
locked.
just do it.
Yep, you're locked. But yeah, man. So I was just curious. That's what I was curious about. 'Cause everybody wants to claim Coriolis and fucking. I think like former Rangers and snipers and SF guys, they like teaching Coriolis in their little like civilian marksman classes because it
Yeah.
makes them sound cool, and then they get paid more money for it because they're the expert. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Like if I was teaching somebody how to shoot a gun and they were rich and they never fucking
Yep.
done any manual labor ever in their whole life, and they think I'm the coolest person in the world because I'm jacked. Like, bro,
Oh yeah.
I'd be hustling the shit out of that. But anyway, man, like, you seem like a pretty cool dude, man. I'd hang out with you. I, level-headedness is like number one fucking priority because at the end of the day, I don't care if you fucking believe the Earth is a globe. But I'm here to share the information because I found it interesting that my whole life I was told the Earth was too big to see curvature, but it looks flat. And it's
Yeah,
like,
sure,
okay,
man.
I
I don't
agree
think
with
you
that.
guys' like view is irrational. I think that's probably where I'm coming from differently than somebody else that comes in because they just think that it's like that there's one rational explanation for everything, right? And I don't think what you guys are saying is irrational.
Right.
I don't agree with it, but I don't think it's irrational.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, so when I was a kid, right, I've flown a few times before I ever was told we live on a globe. So when we were told that we were live on a globe, I remember distinctly asking the teacher, saying, "Hey, I don't understand this because I'm looking at the globe and I can see that it's curving, and I've never seen curvature when I was in a plane. It looked flat when I was flying." And
Yeah.
my teacher goes, "Yeah, it's because the Earth is really big and you're really small, so it looks flat, but it's really, really big." And the way she explained it, I'm like, "Oh, okay, that makes sense. It's really, really, really big, so it's locally flat." When I was like in first or second grade, man, like, I like it made sense to me. Like I get it. And so sorry, I'm unpackaging my vehicle. Just got done with work.
All good.
So that's what I thought my whole life, and I would remember flying after that and always looking out the window saying, "Wow, look how big the Earth is. It still looks flat." My whole life. I knew it was a ball, or at least I believed it was a ball my whole life. Like it looks flat, but it's really big. I believed it was a ball. I believed in outer space. I believed in aliens. I believed in the Big Bang. I believed in evolution. And I believed in God and Jesus all at the same time.
Sure.
I even used to say that God spoke. That was the Big Bang. But
Yeah.
then someone challenged me and told me the Earth was flat. And the first time I heard it, I didn't say anything because I didn't want to get into a fight with my friend. And the second time he said it, it's like, "All right, what do you mean, dude?" Because like, this is stupid. I know the Earth's a fucking ball. I've known it my whole life. I wasn't thinking about how the Earth was too big to see curvature or anything like that. I just knew from what I'd always been thinking my whole life. And he explained it to me. And he's like, "You've never seen curvature in your whole life, have you?" I was like, "No, I really haven't." He's like, "It's flat. Just look into it," because he couldn't really explain it to me. And so I was like, "All right." So I was looking into it, and my first red flag was I wanted to find out what flat earthers thought, but when I would Google search, it was like how to debunk flat Earth. I was like, I already know how to debunk flat Earth. I don't want to read that. I want to know what flat earthers think because, I want to find out why people think this way. Couldn't find a fucking thing for like 5 or 6 months that I was searching. And I was like, that's a big red flag. If something is that stupid, it shouldn't be that hard to find anything on the flat Earth. And then, like, as I started getting closer to the 6-month mark, I'm like, well, that's weird. I don't see any like scholarly articles and PDF files to explain why the Earth is flat. Like science experiments. Like all I see is like Science magazine articles, and on the Science magazine articles it says scientists say, but it never names the scientists. And so that was a red flag for me. And then I was like, well, I started thinking about it. I was like, well, could the Earth be flat and they just tricked me for whatever reason? And it dawned on me right then and there, well, if there was one lie that anybody could get away with, it would be the shape of the Earth, because the Earth is too big to see curvature, so it looks flat. I was like, oh my God, it's fucking flat. Like instantly, I fucking knew because I'd seen it all my life. And then it took me a while to find this group of people. And then once I got into this group of people, I started learning how like the geometry works, like what a tangent over the surface of a sphere would be, and then how there would be a drop over distance and how to measure the drop over distance. I'm like, that makes sense. And then, so I had to learn what it was that I was going out to go look for, because I know when you're trying to show somebody something that they've never seen before, if you point to it, they're going to look right past it because they don't know what to fucking look for.
Yeah.
And I know that because when my daughter was little, I would say, look at that bird. And it would be like 100 yards away. And it'd be like a hawk or something like that. I'm like, look at that hawk. And I'd be like, do you see it? She's like, no. And I'm pointing right at it. And I've got my like finger right next to her eye, pointing all the way down. And she can't see it because she doesn't know what to look for.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, okay, that, like, I need to know what to look for before I set out to go do this. I got to understand this. And so that's what I set out to do. And then for me, I convinced 3 other people that day that the Earth was flat when I went out and did my test. It was just a simple. We got silly and we tied reflective tape around our legs and we sat down across the lake from each other and got binoculars and waved to each other. And there's like an 8-mile distance between us and we could see each other. Like, that was good enough for me. 2 people became flat earthers that day, and the 3rd person said they don't want to talk about it ever again.
No, you're definitely right about that. Like not being able to see something till you know what it is thing. It's like all kinds of examples in history of that happening, or at least stories. I don't know if they actually happened, but like the color blue not really existing until we were able to make the color blue, and then suddenly people are now able to see the color blue. Or like people that have never been told the sky is blue and they describe it as gray, and then once somebody says it's blue, then it becomes blue to them. Or they
Right.
I think the one that was interesting to me that kind of got me down that path of kind of looking at that, you can't see something till someone like basically makes you touch it,
Right.
As there's like stories of like when like the Europeans were coming to the Americas, and they would like dock their boats off of the coast for a while and just kind of watch the coast. You know, who's there, how many people, what do they bring into the shore, what kind of boats do they have, before they would try to come toward land. And then when they would come toward land, the people, they would like, you know, try to talk with the people and try to figure out like, did you know we were out there? And they'd say, no, we didn't see you, because they had never seen like boats with massive sails,
Right.
you know, off out in the ocean. So they just were like, no, we didn't even see you till you were rowing boats toward us.
Right.
It's crazy to think of that. I don't know if it's true, but that's a story I've heard that. But I could see it happening, man. I could see if you just, you know, if you're not used to, you look out at some place and there's never anything there. If one day there was something there that you are not familiar with, you may not even see it.
Yeah, unless you just know it's not what you're used to seeing there.
Yeah.
But I mean, like a bird, you know, like off in the distance would kind of blend in with everything else. So
Yeah.
but yeah. So that's what it was. And then I mean I was a flat earther before I even met anybody in the server, and then it took me a while to understand the arguments and everything like that, because there's a lot of devil in the detail.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. The other thing I noticed too is like the people that come in here, you know, the whether they're like the debate bros, you know, who have like this whole script they're ready to throw at you guys, and vice versa. There's people in the flat Earth community also have this script they're just going to throw at anything. So both sides have this wonky way of interacting with people. But as one of the things I've like um, kind of noticed is like when there is someone who has, you know, isn't coming in as a debate bro and just kind of like asking questions, trying to understand each other's sides, that like both sides will, regardless of the outcome, will still defend their side, right? I haven't seen any movement yet on anybody that's coming here and like, okay, you know, every once in a while I hear someone say, okay, I learned something new, but it supports my side, you know, or that just kind of seems to be the circles that everyone's kind of in.
Sorry, I'm in a warehouse, so it might be a little loud.
You're good. I don't hear anything. I don't hear any background noise or anything.
But yeah, man, I'm one of those ones. I'm willing to concede to everything, and then let's go out and actually do the test, right?
Sure.
Some people like, you know, like the guy that was in here earlier. He wanted to argue with refraction, and he's like, how do you know it's up, or how do you know it's the light's bending upwards? Like, because we can see the fucking laser bending upwards. Like, show me one where the laser is bending downward, even over a flat surface.
Yeah. Yeah. I could see what he was trying to do, but it's, I don't know, it's this whole, like so many people just value the Socratic method too much, where they want to whittle away at your thoughts versus, or your opinions, or your, you know, your beliefs, or your knowledge or whatever, to get to their point, instead of just starting with their point. You know, it's sometimes it's just maddening, right? Like that's where Latz and that person were
Well,
going back
so
and forth, because it was just like somebody just needs to state their point, right? Instead of like trying to whittle away at the small parts of the conversation. Because like all that guy wanted was an agreement on that, you know, refraction occurs and how it occurs, in order for him to make his next point, but not
so
the
his
point.
his his argument is basically it was going to be like, you know nothing, so then we need to defer to the authority, right? Like as if you couldn't train yourself to be the authority also.
And I was hoping that his main point would have been like was a misunderstanding on his part, was him misunderstanding that like at least who he was talking to is not someone who believes that refraction doesn't occur, and sometimes it's worse, or sometimes it's more, or sometimes it's less. And I think that's what he, at least I hope that's what he was going for. But I don't know why he wouldn't just say, go to the next step. Why he wouldn't allow himself to move forward without getting agreement on something that there was no agreement to arrive at. But yeah, I can see what you're saying too, where that could have been his next step too, and that'd be even probably a little bit more disingenuous to the
Well,
conversation too.
it always winds up being that. Like honestly, like I've been in an argument for so long, I probably have the same discussion at least 6 or 7 times a day.
Yeah, I get it.
And I come in here because like number one, it sharpens my skills, right? And number two, because I mean everybody's different, so like the conversation I have with you, we can be more general and we understand each other and we have a mutual understanding. Whereas somebody else like that, then we have to figure out what terms we can agree on and go from there. If we can't agree on terms, then the conversation doesn't go anywhere.
Oh, definitely. And, if you can't agree on just a word, then you're screwed. You can't. You gotta just move to the side or something. If you can't agree on a word or form some new phrase or something, like there was um another person that was in here a while back, and he was kind of, I don't know, it was like this um he's like Ray Comfort of flat earthers is probably the best way I could describe it. You know who Ray Comfort is? It's like
No,
a
I'm not aware of them.
so he would do like these like late night things um with Kirk Cameron, where they would like do this like street epistemology stuff. And everything was like very scripted and very like if he could catch you up on a word, or if he could catch you up on a thing that you said, then he had, in his mind, he had won, right? So if he could get you to say that you're a sinner, then he could get you to agree that you have sinned and you're not going to go to heaven. So then he would then say, I won that conversation. Obviously, you believe in Jesus or whatever. And that there was like a flat earther that was like that, who was just like, he would when he was talking to me, all he wanted to do is get yes or no responses. And so what I was giving him was like, well, what if I say yes? What's going to be your response? What if I say no? What's going to be your response? Because not everything is yes and no. So, like, we've got to agree that we're conversing, or are we having a quiz? We having a true false assessment. Because not too many times am I talking with my friends, or even with just people on the street, or where every response has to be yes or no, and that's not very enjoyable for the person that's just saying yes and no.
I hear what you're saying. I'll come off mute here in a second.
Are you good?
All right, I'm done checking all my stuff out, going home. But yeah, no, I understand that. That's why. Oh! I'm so sorry. No, you're okay. I'm bad, man. No, you're okay. Here, you want it or no? No. I'm so sorry. Oh, my bad. I was hot micing. I opened the door and knocked somebody's drink out of their hand.
Oh man.
But I think they're getting drunk on the job anyway, so it's whatever. Anyway, yeah, no. So like, I know those kind of people, and that's why, like, so in war, right, in a fight, there are no rules. To say that there are rules, like somebody's going to make you adhere to your rules while they adhere to no rules, and they're going to beat you every time because they don't have any rules. So when it comes to fighting, if you can't agree on rules, then you must abide by the fact that there are no rules.
Well, that's a good analogy, man. I like that.
So if there are no rules, then you can't get in trouble for not you can't get in trouble for not what's the word I'm thinking of, for sinning. You know what I mean? There are no rules.
Yeah.
And God, you know, if you go by what the scripture says, God is a God of war also. He demanded vengeance, and he demanded his will to win, or at least according to the scripture. So yeah, like those kind of people, that's the whole point. They want to beat you with their own rules, or with your own rules. They want you. They want to watch you get whipped in your own cage.
Yeah.
So, oh, you're supposed to be a Christian. I never said I was a Christian. Oh, well, you believe this, you believe that, so you're gonna go to hell. I accept my fate. I'll let God make that determination when it comes to it. I'll love him with all my heart, regardless of whether I'm welcome in heaven. If he says that I'm supposed to walk into the lake of fire and be destroyed, I still love him with all my heart.
Sure, man. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like in the Bible, it says, fear cannot have love because fear has to do with punishment. Imperfect love casts out fear. So I'm not afraid of whatever judgment's coming towards me. I stand trial, and if I'm not allowed to go into heaven, then so be it. But I'm not going to let somebody else whip me for their own amusement.
Yeah.
You know, was it Luke chapter 6, verse 12 talks about laws and rules are good, but I will not be brought under the power of any. So it's good that I follow the rules. It's good that I follow laws and then don't break them. But to let somebody assert themselves over me and have dominion over me, I shouldn't allow that. I still should have dominion over my own self. I should live and die a free man.
I can agree with that.
You know who invented the globe?
Do I know who invented the globe?
Yeah.
The
idea of the globe.
I don't think there would be a person, but
Well, it was I mean, like They had Tycho Brahe had a globe model that was geocentric. They say Eratosthenes supposedly measured the globe, but really what he did was he just made the sun an infinite distance away and made it really big so that all the light rays came in parallel. And then because of that, the angles, if the Earth was flat, then there would be no shadows on Earth. But because there are shadows on Earth, there has to be something else going on. So he brings in curvature, right? And then because the diverging shadows, he was able to do some math. And I'll give you an example. So he basically he had one location where there was no shadow and another location where there was a shadow. And then he added up the difference between the two shadows. So the one with no shadow is 90 degrees, and then the one with the shadow, it was like 82.8 degrees or something like that. So he calculated like 7.2 degree difference if you do the difference of that. And so he did that, and then he took 360 divided by 7.2, and that gave him a number. And I can't think of the number off the top of my head. If you got a calculator and you want to do it, you can. But he takes 360 divided by 7.2, he takes that number and he multiplies by the distance between the two observations, and that gave him a circumference.
So I think
So
when when other Globers come in here, I think their biggest flaw is thinking that like that one Eratosthenes was like what 1600 years before the scientific method was even developed. So I mean, there's that a big jump between there, right? A massive amount of jump, at least in recorded history. No one really knows what anybody was doing in 190 BC. There's no one really knows what the hell was going on. And there's definitely no video, right? There's no photographic evidence of any of this. So many of like the early kind of thinkers and philosophers really were just the person that things got attributed to, and they may not even existed. Like Socrates, Plato, or Greek philosophers throughout history, and all like did Marcus Aurelius really exist? Then you're getting closer. There's just so many people. Like, did they actually even exist?
we don't even know if Eratosthenes existed. Like he has more titles than anybody else in history, and no one can find a single book written by him.
Yeah.
Librarian,
That's how it works.
mathematician, astronomer, scientist. It's like, oh my god. But no, I was gonna say, there's so many other problems with the observation. Number one, the two towns that he did his observation in aren't even on the same longitude, and I would expect that to be the case, in order to be able to do that calculation, because the sun would have to be directly overhead at the same time in those same locations. You know what I mean? Doing their own thing. But that's beside the point. Again, they're assuming the Earth is a ball and that the sun is an infinite distance away and it's really, really big, and all light rays are parallel. You could do the same calculation at home in your own living room and use a light bulb on your ceiling, only one light bulb, and assume that that light bulb is really, really big and an infinite distance away, and that all the light rays from that light bulb are parallel, and then put a soda bottle or beer bottle directly underneath the light bulb so there's no shadow, and then move another beer bottle any distance away, measure the difference between those two angles, right? and then take 360, divide it by the angle that you get, and then measure the distance between those two beer bottles, multiply that number you got from 360 divided by the angles, multiply it by the distance between the two beer bottles, and that'll give you the circumference of your living room.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think what most people kind of miss, at least on the globe side, is that, like, one, it's revisionist history, right? Like, did he get a number that was accurate or close or anything like that to what people would say today? But really, I think that they're like the two lessons that people were supposed to get, which I think are just lost because it's been repeated so much by an English teacher who's got an hour to teach you about the shape of the Earth or whatever, and condenses it all down, whatever their excuse is or whatever, and it just happens to multiply over time. I don't think the point of that is of bringing that up to someone is to say, look, this is how we figured it out. I think it's just that is like one of the most rudimentary, like basal kind of things to say. Here was an experiment that occurred that showed us something, and as we extrapolated out to larger and larger areas and do it at multiple parts or places around the earth and do it throughout history until people still do it today with sundial differences, wells, all kinds of other stuff, then I think that's where it starts to get more interesting, even without, because you don't have to infer the size or the shape of the earth in order to get numbers. That would be just the way he did it, because that was in 194 BC. He had a lot of time if he was actually the guy who did it.
Let me show you how this is it's invalid. You can do the same thing with the moon. You can do the same thing with the moon and use the moonlight to cast the moon shadow. You probably get the same result. They're the same angular size, so why not? Did I lose you?
No, I'm still here.
But I mean, I like your idea with the laser, because if you can get the drones can be programmed to maintain level.
Yeah, I want to avoid that. So I'm
Did
just
you,
gonna.
did you,
It won't know what level is. Like, it's not gonna know its height. Only thing it's gonna know is to follow a laser, and if it can't see the laser, then it needs to hover in place and move in kind of like a pattern to refine the laser again. And then once it gets to a certain point in its battery, then it will just come back.
and you could
Yeah, I
use
don't want.
like that land surveying camera equipment. You could probably use that to help with like an altimeter or something like that while you're over the water. Did you ever see that video of the guy driving down the road doing 60 miles an hour and he's got the drone hovering in his vehicle? And he says, is the drone hovering or is it going 60 miles an hour?
I haven't seen the video, but yeah, it's a good question.
Right? You want to know something crazy with the moon?
Go for it.
All right, so you know that the moon is always facing towards us, right? And according to the globe model, it would have to rotate at just the right speed that just so happens to match facing towards us all the time, right? Does that
The
make
moon
sense?
would have to
Isn't that a
rotate.
bit
That's what you're
strange?
saying. Yeah, yeah. Is it strange?
What'd you say, Rayleigh?
Sorry.
It's a bit strange, isn't it?
No, that's not the strange part. I'm okay with that. You know, like I can steel man the globe. It's no big deal. I have no problem with that. But the other thing is like, so it's rotating on that axis, so it's constantly facing towards us. I'm okay with that observation. What I'm not okay with is that it also does a wagon wheel motion as it goes through the lunar phases. So there's actually two axes 90 degrees from each other.
There's a wagon wheel motion.
Yeah, I'll show you a GIF in the side chat.
Okay.
No, use that one. It's not the right one. Hey, how's it going? There we go. This one right here. Yeah, if you look at Rayleigh's, there's that one. I think mine. Hey, yours is going a little bit faster than mine. But you can see it like rotate one direction, and then it rotates back. It goes back and forth. And then not only does it go back and forth like that, but it's constantly facing towards you, which would match. And people are idiots on the road, man. Here, I'll do this one for a lack of. Maybe you'll be able to understand it. You seem fairly, like I said, you seem fairly level-headed. Forget the Earth spinning a million miles an hour. If you look in the side chat, you see the moon going around the Earth.
Yep.
In order for the moon to constantly face the Earth, it has to spin at the rate that requires it to face the Earth. Because if it maintained rigidity in free space, we would see it slowly. We would see the moon slowly drift all the way around.
It's done that for thousands of years.
What, slowly drift all the way around?
Face the same side to the Earth.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It has to spin with the lock.
And the chances of that happening are zero.
Well, it's not really spinning with it though, because it's the one side is locked to face toward us. So it's not like independently spinning. Or I'm misunderstanding what you're saying.
So, like, if you hold a ball.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can explain this. I'm trying to figure it out while I'm driving. That's the hard part. I'm driving.
I mean, this is really, this won't be very accurate, but like if I had like a string in my hand and I had a ball tied on the other end of it and I was spinning it around me, I'd only see one side of that ball, though where the string goes into the ball, right?
Right, but the north and south would be directly above and below, and it would just stay on that 28-day spin, facing towards you the entire time.
Yeah, I'm speeding it up enough to like keep it up off the ground, right? But like if I'm spinning it around my, holding it right above my head, and I'm just spinning this ball around on this string. The side with the string is it's locked to face me.
Right, but
So
it's
it's not like the
maintaining
ball is,
that
yeah. So it's not
act.
like the ball's rotating. It's just that side is locked into me. I've got something that I've tied to the ball in order to keep it always facing me, where that string's at.
Right, but it's still it's in free space. It's rotating towards you.
If there was no Earth, if there was no force or no tidal locking, well, I guess even if there was, because I mean there is, right? Or there, at least that's yeah. I don't know. I don't really think of it as like rotating on its own. I don't really think of it as like that. It is just happens to rotate at the exact amount that allows it to stay facing us. I think of it as being that it's locked to us.
Right. No. I understand that. Like the face is locked to us, but it's spinning at a rate that is consistent with a 28-day. Like it takes 28 days to make a complete spin because it's facing towards us.
But I mean, in essence, it could be like, I mean, that just happens to be what it does, right? Uh, if it was 68 days and it was still tidally locked to us, that wouldn't give any more
Then we
significance.
wouldn't see. Then we would see a different side of the moon.
We would, if it was 60 days? No, if it was
Yeah.
still tidally locked.
Tidally locked is just the distance it is from the moon, right? Or sorry,
And
the distance
the
the
one
moon
side
is
faces
from the
us.
Earth. This my
It's
turn. Don't mind me. It's
You're
late.
good.
I'm ready to go home.
I think we're
It's your fault. But it's hard for me to explain it right now while I'm driving. I'd have to find information to show you that it's maintaining that slight spin. Like if it was spinning any faster or slower, we would be able to see the back, like all of them throughout its cycle. I get
That's
what
interesting. I
you're
never thought of it
saying.
the way you're describing it, and it's
I get what you're saying, but like geometrically, it has to spin at the rate that it's spinning in order to stay facing towards us the entire time. It's a slight spin. It's not. It just. Let's see.
oh,
Let's see if I can word it in
Yeah,
a
in
way
other
like
words, the revolution and the rotation are equal.
pretty much. Appreciate it, Matthew. Do you understand what I'm saying, Matthew, or does it make not make sense that it's not spinning at all.
So what? I'm not sure what your complaint about, or I mean, what doesn't make sense about it. If it's just spinning the same speed as it's rotating, you'd always see the same face. But what is it?
That's basically what I was trying to say.
Yeah,
The
I mean
the orbit cycle and the spin cycle are at the same rate to where we see the same side all the time.
right. My dryer has a spin cycle too. I'm just teasing. Yes. I mean, it's a
You'll
little
find
bit.
any place to put a joke in, won't you, Matthew? You're like, there's an opportunity to make a joke.
Yeah, on the globe model, things is not exact. Like it wobbles a little bit because the orbit is not a perfect circle, but a little bit of an ellipse. But still, the same face always faces us.
Well, the wobble that I'm concerned with is that wagon wheel axis turn. I don't know. I'm going to use Rayleigh's because it's faster. Just a second.
Yeah, I'm wondering why, like, in my mind, I never thought of it as, like, the moon not being connected to us in any way. Like, I never thought of it as, like, the moon is on its own. It's rotating in a way that keeps its face toward us. I always thought of it's as the moon keeps its face toward us because of the way it is locked to the Earth. Like if there was a string tied to it.
Rayleigh, it won't let me fucking send that GIF. For some reason, I saved it. It won't let me send it. But anyway, there's like a wagon wheel motion that happens. You called it a wobble, Matthew, and I agree with you. It looks like a wobble when it does it. It rotates clockwise and then rotates back counterclockwise. Does like a half turn or a quarter turn, and it turns back through its cycle on top of the tidal lock. And
So I
that
don't
to
know if
me
there's
is a
any
concern.
connection, but I think if you did the same thing with like a string tied to a ball and spun it around your head, I think you'd see that a very similar kind of wobble. I don't know if there's any connections to that, but it's some reason like playing tether balls in my mind of like how the ball kind of wobbles around when you spin it around real fast.
No, because then it would also rotate on the axis that the string is on. So this, like where the string is at, that would rotate 90 degrees down while it's facing towards you. And then it rotates back. I don't know. For me, it's a weird observation.
You got me thinking about something I hadn't really thought about before.
That's what we do here, man. Like, to me, Flat Earth is the most intelligent conversation on the internet, in my opinion. That's why. I think that's why Matthew Learns keeps coming back, because we're all a bunch of nerds wanting to talk about science and math.
Yeah, I like talking about interesting things.
Oh, well, let me post images now.
Sometimes we'll break down and talk about other things, a little slightly off topic. You know, they'll tell you like flat Earth leads to all the other conspiracy theories, but like flat Earth was pretty much the final straw for me. Like, once I was able to let go of that and just focus on how the world really presents itself, like I felt like everything fell to the ground. All the illusions all fell to the ground.
Yeah, I'd say flat Earth is kind of the final boss of conspiracy theories.
Well, there are some secret levels, but yeah, the standard game flat Earth is the final boss.
Yeah.
After that, you're like, well, if the Earth is flat, I wouldn't put it past that either. I will say this though, it's funny, Matthew. My Twitter feed has blown up with outer space and science, in my opinion, pseudoscience claims. I see some of the craziest
Well,
stuff.
yeah, if you search for stuff, it starts getting into the algorithm and it thinks you want to see more. So you might have searched for something and now it thinks that's all you want to see.
No,
I'm
I
not
don't search
super
for
happy with the
anything.
Twitter algorithm.
I don't search for anything there, honestly. I follow so many good accounts that put out alternative information, right? It's stuff that like gets published in newspapers, you know, like it'll be like some obscure news event or something like that. So I follow all these different accounts, and so I don't have any reason to search for anything. I just check my Twitter feed to see what's going on in the world, and now that's all I see is outer space stuff for like the first 5 to 8 posts. Scientists discovered this today. Like one of the recent ones, Michio Kaku says that uh, gravity is just dark matter seeping through the ether or some stupid shit like that.
I'm like allowed to post any image, but I can't post this one of a person spinning a ball on a string.
You can send it to me, man. I'll post it for you. But that spinning the ball on a string, that's the title arc that I'm talking about. It's spinning at the same rate of the 27-day orbit that it takes to go around the Earth. I think of a gyroscope. If a gyroscope was going around the Earth, it would deviate and tip um, to maintain its rigidity in free space. But if it was tidally locked to the Earth, it would always be, gravity would be holding it to the upright vector.
So what's the significance? Do you find significance in the 27 days other than just like it doesn't mean the 27 days is what makes it stay?
No, that's just one of the vectors of the spins.
Yeah.
There's another spin that's 90 degrees from that. Remember what Rayleigh posted? You see how it wobbles, but it's also facing towards you the entire time.
Yeah.
So there's two different spins. Yeah, I haven't had any time to go out and do any more observations. I have a P1000 and I need money. I need to work more money. So that way I can afford to have some downtime. I told my wife I'm going to make her a flat earther one of these days when we go on vacation. Like one of the things I want to do, I want to go to Key West and I want to see if I can zoom in and see Havana, Cuba. I think that would be a cool observation. Have you seen the Chicago skyline observation, Shane?
Like the photos and stuff? Yeah, I've seen the photos.
Yeah.
I've
What do you think about
seen
that?
the Chicago skyline from Michigan City, Indiana. That's the farthest I've ever seen. I've never seen it when I was on the Michigan side. But I don't typically go there in the like as the seasons change. I'm usually there when the season's pretty set. When there's huge temperature differences between the water and the air, I'm usually not there.
You know, something that I've noticed,
more often.
I would be interested to learn more. Maybe you might know a little bit about this, Matthew. I'm still learning about atmospheric conditions, but so the clearest days that I seem to be able to see the furthest are usually within the first 2 days after a storm rolls through. And it's not because all the dust gets knocked down. It's because after the storm comes, you have all that turbulent, violent air, and then after the storm pulls through, it seems to be more laminate.
Oh yeah, that could be. Sounds reasonable.
That's
Yeah, I'm not saying that's what's going on, but I would be interested to learn a little bit more meteorology and see if that's exactly what's going on. So I think laminar air is important. Turbulent air creates more opportunities for refraction.
That's kind of how I read that. Like several times, you guys have like I don't know why I said you guys were, or other people have shared. Usually, last year is it pretty often the that combat experiment that was done with lasers through Hawaii, like between two mountaintops in Hawaii, between two different islands. That's what they found, was that the turbulence caused more flickering effect of light, because they weren't doing like straight line laser to laser and or laser across there and then seeing like a steady state with the laser red. They were flickering lasers and then seeing the effect of the flicker, that it intensify or lessen. They're calling it like sintering, I think, or I can't remember the phrase they used. But they found that like on turbulent days there was more of that scintillating or sintering effect.
Scintillating, I think.
Scintillating, that's right. Yep. It's getting late for me. I'm now becoming the country person I am.
No, you're good, man. I'm almost home, so I understand. But yeah, no, I mean, just certain things that I've started to notice. Like it was weird too, because like I used to be one of those people that would chant refraction, it needs two mediums and blah 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 blah. And then a globe earther who kind of sort of really is just an anti-flat earther at this point. Showed me a video like to bend down instead of up. But that's completely imaginary. Did y'all? Did I leave y'all?
You were cutting in and out a little bit, but so do you think that light can sometimes bend up, or like lasers can bend up?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Like it's demonstrable.
How y'all doing?
Good, buddy. How about yourself?
Pretty good. On a drive to Wyoming right now.
I hear you. Well, hopefully it's uneventful with not very much traffic.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty eventful. There was this crazy rainstorm. It kind of passed. It's just drizzling now. But dude, like I guess 2 days ago I got a permanent ban from the Flat Earth Voice Channel and Politics server.
What happened?
Well, I went and went to the YouTube video that got posted, and I scrolled, like I watched through, went back to like the conversation that was at hand, and I was like, did I say something? What was going on? This guy came in on this crazy tangent about like uh, Satanists around the world and like the things in the Epstein files and blah blah blah. Went on this crazy like full on minute and a half. Everyone just sat there and listened to him, and then afterwards some people responded, and I was like, I chimed in and I said, what does this have to do with the flat earth or the round earth or any model of earth? And he was like, nothing, I'm sorry. Like it doesn't, but it's just on my mind right now. And I was like, because he was talking about some crazy stuff like sacrificing kids and drinking their blood, and I don't want to even say it in here because I don't want to get banned in here if that's why I got banned. And I asked him like how that proves curvature. Again, just like I asked him how sacrificing that's doing that stuff like proves curvature or anything. And then I got banned like right after that. So I assume it's just like simply what I said.
I have no idea, man. Like, you might see me in here, but I'm just a peon.
Yeah, hopefully Judge heard me.
What's up, Harriet? Hell, Harriet. So I know what happened, L. There was no moderator in the room, and so the room was locked.
Oh, that makes sense.
I was wondering myself because I heard you and Shane in there talking.
So I have a question about the YouTube thing. So this bot, is it like you guys have like a second channel or no?
What do you mean?
Like, is there a second YouTube channel for this?
Yeah, the links are on the profile.
Oh, okay. Dude, this guy's cooked, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
I think the mod was out of the room, Matthew, and so the room was locked. That's why we didn't have any problems.
Well, now I can't even go back in.
I know it's locked because there's no moderator over there.
Okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't even show up on the
That's fine.
list when I look.
But as soon as the mod rejoins, then we'll be able to go back in there, right?
Yeah, back when I was a mod, it would show up as gray and it'd have a little lock symbol next to it. And as soon as I would enter the room, then it would show up for other people.
Yo, what in the what? What the yo? This guy's gonna beat me, bro.
You ever tried to get good?
Yeah, I'm playing chess right now. You guys like gonna beat
I
me
didn't know what you
actually.
was playing. Was this picking?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I don't know what to do. Oh my god, he just gave me his queen. What a dumbass. Well, GG's, good game. I don't know what I'm gonna do here.
What are you saying?
Okay, I see what I'm gonna do. I'm playing some chess, and I'm like, I'm gonna beat this guy's ass.
Nice.
Okay, that was a dumb move. Why did he do that? I think it might be GG's. I might beat this guy. Well, he got to move this piece. I'm gonna take his piece either way. GG's. That's probably pissed.
If he threw away his queen when he was winning.
Yeah. He got cocky and he put the queen right next to my king, bro. Took his queen out. Dude, it's pretty even now. It's like it's even as heck. Like he's got two bishops, but I got a or no, he's got two what are they called? Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, he's got two bishops and a rook, but I've got a rook and a bishop.
Give him hell, man.
Dude, if he doesn't move it, he's cooked, bro. I mean, thanks for the piece, I guess. For the free piece. Thanks for the piece, I guess. It's a free piece. Dude, this guy's got to be pissed. There's no shot. I'm cooking him right now. Oh, so this guy wants to play like that. Okay. Yo, how did he win, bro? What? Doesn't even make sense. I ran out of time? Oh, I ran out of time. Okay.
Sucks.
That's okay. This is a good game. I almost beat him, so. All right, who wants to play me?
Another time, man. I do like to play.
Whoever wants to join me? Yeah, this is how you truly debate. Like, you're gonna play some chess and debate at the same time, then you're just like that good at debating. Yo, bro, what is this food, bro? Mac and cheese. Is that meat? Never heard of this before, bro. You guys forgot to turn off the stove, bud. What's up, you guys?
Hey, man, what's going on?
Wanna play some chess?
Oh, that was you again. Who you
Yeah,
playing now?
dog. Whoever wants to play me right now. I got a game open here. It's table code J6JL.
Never played on Discord.
It's essentially the same as like an app. You'll probably win, but no.
I'm in the middle of something right now, but I do like to play. Like I said, I'll I'll take you up on that offer sometime.
So, how long you been playing for?
Since I was a kid, but I rarely play. Just off and on for something to do. I'm no
Or you consider
master
yourself
by
like
any
a?
means.
You're not a master.
No, but it's just a real fun game, and I like how it transcends, so many different languages and cultures, and how long it's been around, and
Oh yeah.
it's pretty cool.
Dude, I always thought it was like boring at first, and then I tried it. I'm like, oh damn, this shit's kind of fun.
Oh yeah, man, it definitely keeps you sharp.
It's like a game of intelligence.
Big nerd. And I kind of like the history um, with the chess bots. Like it's kind of like, I don't know. I guess one could argue it had a lot to do with the birth of AI.
I don't know.
Like these old chess
Technically,
engines.
even back when like NASA like first launched their like first like spaceship to the moon or whatever supposedly. Even back then, they still had AI.
But as far as when they were developing these chess engines and when they started finally being able to win against uh, masters and stuff, it's pretty interesting, the development of all that.
Oh yeah.
With old stockfish.
Yo, is this supposed to be mac and cheese, bro? This is like the weirdest mac and cheese I've ever had. What's up?
Hey man, what's up?
Is only you here?
I haven't heard anybody else speak in a minute. I don't know who's here or not.
If we get Judge on here, one of them claiming, that'd be crazy. So, Boogie. So, like, tell me something about space travel that you just don't trust.
Sure, that would be all of it.
I'm gonna have to go with the tortilla blanket used to protect themselves from the solar wind.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous, man. So
Dude,
they
like,
want
how
to
is that
claim,
gonna protect them? It's literally like a tortilla blanket.
yeah, they just claim that's some outer, you know, film, and then there's an actual
They can't use
real,
normal cameras in space because
yeah.
the solar winds and all that.
But
And
that
and
guy,
so they
but
have these cameras that are what they're like surrounded by tinfoil.
yeah, it's also silly, man. But look at that guy crawling in the capsule there. Like he has to get somewhere to where there's such a latch door, and that whole pod that he's in, has to be separated from the rest of the ship until the pressure change, and it's yeah, it ain't. I don't even see the room for that there.
Dude, just look up like bubbles in space. There's not supposed to be any air in space,
Well, I know,
and yet we're
man.
seeing like water bubbles and stuff.
Yeah, I know. It's been a fabrication for over a decade, but you
Dude,
know,
I'll just for funny. So farting in space is hazardous, and also having long hair in space is hazardous. Oh, and you can't have jarred food.
you always see these astronauts with their long hairsprayed hair.
So like the hair, if they don't like tie it up or whatever, it would get even though they don't even tie it up, which like goes against their own protocols, even though they're supposed to. And they're supposed to tie their hair up supposedly because it'll get into like the wires and like the fans and stuff. And then like if like every human farts ever like on a daily basis, like we fart like normal like throughout the whole entire day. So like if farting was hazardous in space, like they'd already be dead. They'd like their suits would like fill up with gas and they like it's funny.
Yeah, it's all such a joke, man. They like there's literally times they've been in gorilla suits, just like horseplay and running around, and it's like you're supposedly in one of the most treacherous environments imaginable, and you're fucking horseplaying. Like that doesn't make sense. Like imagine activities like that going on a submarine. Like that wouldn't happen.
You know, it's like so funny. It's like I think the funniest thing about it is like we all know that like down here on Earth, even like parachutes and stuff that are like supposed to be kept like high quality and stuff because they could break. They still have a chance of breaking. And you're telling me every single mission we've gone up there and not one of those suits has leaked and someone's died, bro, from like the air pressure change.
Yeah, that's some really good engineering.
I'm good. It's a real good engineering, bro. Like I mean, our suits they don't leak at all. We can completely seal our suits airtight. pretty sure if the suits were actually airtight, they would theoretically suffocate because there'd be like actual air.
Yeah, it's also silly.
What's up? And they just coming in and going.
Scaring them off, bro.
Just that tortilla blanket, bro. They can't handle it.
I was hunting for this little video. I think I finally found it. I'll share it in the side chat. It's pretty funny.
My favorite ones is this one where they're looking at the astronaut, the reflection off his visor, and like it shows like a scuba diver. Like what the fuck,
Oh, yeah.
bro? Somebody's got to yell at me, bro. Like sometimes I just don't know when I'm cussing.
Yeah, check that out. That's pretty funny.
You were thinking the same thing as me. Real good engineering.
Like you can't handle a little bump on the when it's going 2 miles an hour.
Let me see which one. I got like a bunch of videos. I gotta show you the other one, bro. So have you seen that video where the guy, he's like a pastor or whatever, and he's going around asking them like to put their hand on the Bible and say they went to space or whatever?
I don't know if he was a pastor, but yeah, I know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah. Anyway, at the end of the video, or like near the end, basically, they're like, they get the guy the one guy to say it because out of like the six other people they asked, none of them admitted to it except for this guy. So this guy gets hecka angry, bro. I gotta grab the video and send it to the chat. It's crazy. Guy gets hecka angry, bro. Threatens to like shoot them with his gun or something like that. He really threatens these guys, tells them to leave the house. And as they're getting into their car, and like while this guy's just like shouting at them or whatever, as they're getting into the car, the guy that works for NASA or whatever, he says, "Should we call the CIA and get them waxed?" Like what? I gotta find the video, bro. It's so good. If that doesn't disprove NASA, like I don't know what does, bro. Like why would he even say that?
Of course, any evidence like that would only be circumstantial, but it should at least add up, give people something to think about.
Isn't like NASA supposed to be its own like agency, not supposedly not government funded? But this dude just said he's gonna call the CIA and get them waxed. Like that's insane.
Well, the government doesn't fund anything. The government doesn't have any money. The people fund
Yeah,
everything.
that's pretty funny. Yeah, yeah, true. I got a whole entire like just list of videos, bro.
Yeah, but I'd say that's basically the first leg of people's journey into this conversation we have, right? Is is really examining what we're shown of space travel, and when you really scrutinize it and you realize that, man, this really does look like just some fabrication. I think I think that's where the journey starts for most people. It's like, why would they fabricate this?
Oh, I found it, bro. Yeah, this is the one where he says it. Yep, it is the one, bro. I gotta send this to you guys. It's crazy. Yep. Let's see if it'll send, bro. I hope this is just like the size to send. Oh, I'll be so mad.
I really need to take the time and organize all my little files and stuff so I can be quicker at posting them in the side chat. Like old Yaga Bruno, man, that cat's on top of things, but he's got a pretty good organized system.
I don't know why. I'm trying to download it. It's not downloading it. That pissed me off. Oh, found it. I sent it to the chat, bro. So good.
Let me check it out.
You gotta watch it to the very end, bro. Like when you hear the last thing they say is insane.
Oh yeah, that's Bart Sibel or whatever. Yeah, that's the fellow that made the documentary. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon, which is pretty good if you've never seen it.
Yeah, I've never seen it. If you want to send it.
We'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, they did a funny thing. They made a flag wave in space. Even though there's like there's a pole holding the flag straight and there's a pole in the ground. So it shouldn't even be waving.
All I know is I witnessed more delay in between people's talking on here every single minute than on that phone call.
Yeah, like on the freaking the phone call to space or whatever.
Oh, I need to find that clip from the recent missions where they were acting out the delay, and then somebody said, "Give us a
Oh
thumbs
yeah,
up,"
I seen that
and
one.
that
That
guy
one's so good. Yeah.
instantly thumbs up, and then the other astronaut like face palms and then tries to cover up that he's face palming. Like that is so telling.
It's supposed to be what, like how many seconds of delay?
Forget exactly what they were claiming. A few seconds, 4 or 5. I don't know. But
It
like
says 2 to 3 seconds of delay.
he knows he messes up. It's pretty funny.
Supposed to be 3 to 6 seconds delay. It says for full round trip audio.
Do you know what the other really awesome thing was, technology wise? The fact that the paper the next morning talked about how they landed at 4:20 the day before, and they had the pictures from the landing that they took when they landed. That's crazy, ain't it?
Yo, what's his name? D Town. You play chess or no?
I play with my son sometimes, but I'm actually playing games with a buddy of mine on Xbox right now, so and Forza.
A little bit of Forza.
Yeah. I'm playing Forza and some Subnautica 2 and played some Counter Strike and Rocket League tonight. And yeah.
Yeah, I wonder how they did this with their account. They got like this person's got a blinking account, bro. Like it's animated.
Hey, I joined up. I'll play you one game.
Let's do it.
Let me see. How do I do this?
I just put in the table code or click on join my game. The table code's J6JL.
Okay.
Yeah, let's play some Californication, bro. That's the song we got to play right now.
Jace, what was it again?
J6JL. And he could actually watch us play if he wanted to.
It said board not found. Are you sure you're in the right server? No, I'm not.
Maybe it's like frozen. Let me try. Misty
See a
Park
little
View.
icon here. Let me try to create a game. Let's see.
Yeah, go ahead. Create a game for like 10 minutes or something. It'd be just the game bugging.
I created a game. It says, can you see it or?
Yeah,
Let's
it's
see.
loading.
No, I'm not very good, and I haven't played in a couple years, but I do like it.
Oh, here you are.
So
Yeah, I hear you.
you probably whoop me.
I don't know, bro. Thinking this. That's insane.
And if you always try to sensation, sunreal, little location. It's understood. Sounds kind of
Got a cool flying V pattern going on.
station.
I already see a move actually. It was pretty good.
Bring on the grapevine. Sing the word while I try to the bank. Buy me out like Prada. Never in my detail. I'm getting harder. Even just exhale. Backed up into calm. Made a real time. Every time I take my clothes.
Okay. See. How do I close this thing out now? You in D-Town playing?
Hello.
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 Nothing else in there. Just the candle. What? It's really pretty. Oh, don't get her candles in. Here. Hold on. It's over here. And
Hi everyone. Hello guys. Nobody here or listen to me. Hi. Flat. Flat Earth Judge. Okay, nobody here. Nobody speak. Right now, no one. Nobody here talking or here. Nobody here listen. Okay, okay. Let me not make a Thursday as Muslim as easy.
What's up? Hey, what's up? What's up, flat earthers? Why is it muted? So muted. You are flat earth sky. You are flat earth sky. You guys don't believe in facts. You are the flat earth sky. You don't have a simple mind. You are. Yo, what's up, Tazzy?
No, I just came in here, but you know it's like different time zone, bro. The Kiru.
Time zone? Yes, it is.
They are in America, this flat earthers.
Oh,
You don't know this? They are in the middle of the night right now, and you just came in here expecting to talk to them.
no, I didn't come here to talk to anyone. Like, I am just chilling, hopping onto servers.
Yeah, it's weird behavior then, or I'm just way more self-conscious than you are.
I think you overthink. Like, it's just simple things, right?
I don't know. It doesn't make sense what you're saying. Like zero sense. I come here
Um,
to argue. I come here to argue with them because it's like stupid to believe in this.
um,
And you're
but like,
saying,
it doesn't change my life what they think about anything, right? It doesn't affect me. So like, I'm not bothered by it. I'm just here for like entertainment and talk to people, not like really debate or have, you know.
okay, so what changes your life? Like, what do you mean? Like, I've never had this approach as you do. It's like non-intuitive to me. It's like non-changing my life. Um, it's like
So like a
non-intuitive
person,
to me.
yeah, yeah.
Whenever
So
I
like a
see
person.
something I don't like, I just debate this. That's it.
And
So
what
does it change
does
my
that
life?
do for you?
I don't know. It probably doesn't change my life, but when I'm thinking this way, I'm gonna do nothing. I'm gonna do. I don't know. Like, so does doing coffee changes my life? Yes, it influences my life. But does like helping a friend changes my life? No, it doesn't. So then I do coffee and not help my friend in going with your logic.
Helping a friend does change your life.
How?
If I help a friend in need, when in future I might have, I know I might be stuck in a bad situation,
Okay,
he'll
so
remember
in this
that.
logic, every single action changes your life, bro. In this logic of yours.
No, I just experience this kind of things. That why I can say that if I help a friend, he will help me when I'm in need. So that is fact for me. It can be subjective for you. But like debating random people on their beliefs is like just time pass. If my main goal is to improve my English, not like change their opinion, because that will never happen. Because uh, if you want to
My
change their
goal
opinion,
isn't
it
to
will.
change their opinion. I'm just trying to tell them that they are stupid.
But like the main thing is that you're trying to say that flat earthers are stupid and they should accept it, they are stupid, right?
I don't care about this. I'm just telling them they are stupid, and that's it.
Hmm.
And improving your English, I don't know. My English is beyond improvement. It's like, I don't know, top level. So I don't have even the capacity to improve it.
Are you native speaker or like uh,
No,
it's just second language?
no, it's my second language.
Then that is good for you. But like, have met So I have been consuming like English content for like about 6 7 years right now. Like I don't consume my own language because I want to improve my English, and still
Yeah,
I am not.
that's what everyone does who's like a bit smarter than I don't know than my left shoe.
Yeah, like but I can't still I can't understand some of the words that native speaker use. Like I recently got to know the terminology or like the term known as fascist, and I didn't get it. So I googled it and I understood the term
What term?
fascist.
Yes, I maybe got one word, let's say, one English word, new word, in maybe a year. It was like corroborated. Corroborated. Do you know what corroborated means?
Anna, what does it mean?
Confirmed or proof by uh, experiment, I think, or just like that the conclusion is confirmed or proof by experiment, I think. So yeah, just like when you want to improve, you just have this level and you want to improve. It's like very fucking specific. Like you have to target these weird words, it's like weird small little words that are kind of useless in every like corroborated. Yeah, I've learned this, but I'm never gonna use it. But actually, that's
Hmm.
cool. And if I realize this now, that I've learned also second word. So yeah, so in this week I've learned two new words in English. So it's like kind of fucking amazing. But the second one was um, I actually forgot the second one. The second one was like class teacher, like this like yeah, I have to check it now. Do you know the concept of school in your country? Is there a concept of school in your country?
Yeah.
Okay, I sometimes ask these stupid questions, but they are useful. So there's one teacher that is responsible for the class.
Hmm.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So this like supervising teacher, yeah, supervising teacher.
Oh,
Um,
like a supervisor.
no, not like a supervisor. It's not that intuitive. Yes, that's what I'm telling you, bro. That learning the English to like meaningful level is not intuitive at all. Not intuitive.
Uh,
Like class tutor, you know this one?
I learned a word like do you know what diaspora means?
Yes, because it's the same in my native language. So yes.
Yeah, so like I recently learned it, but like I don't know how to use it. Like it doesn't come up in the conversation generally.
You can use it in conversation. It's very easy.
Like how would you
So
use it? Like
I've just joined a Jewish diaspora to get to know other Jews. I don't know.
oh yeah, that's right statement. I think the right way to use it.
Yeah, so I'm talking about something different to you. But okay. You know what? Like you're probably 22, 21-year old, yes?
Yes, 21 exactly right now.
Yeah, that's like okay. You know that your mind develops after you're like that your mind, like your brain in general, finishes development at 25, but it still actually develops beyond 25.
I didn't know
Like
that. Interesting.
no, you know what develops? There's like logical thinking. It really develops, and like really, this logical thinking it develops, and like kind of I've become like really fucking serious. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like
Mm-hmm.
Like I used to be more like a kid, like having fun. I'm still having fun. Yeah, but you've just are more granted like into reality. Yeah, you see reality as it is, and I think it's like shitty, ugly, disgusting. like really, and it really develops your brain even until I think until you're 30. That's what I read on the internet, that it develops until you're 30. But I can see that I'm thinking like way more logically, and um, and I even read like fucking complex texts like that involve a lot of logic, or like very strict rules that are like, you know, strict, yeah, that are like you can do this, you cannot do this, and I'm capable of like sticking with the like frames of it. I don't know, like I'm just telling you that that further into adulthood, I don't know until what age, but it's getting like way more serious. It's getting way more serious. That's it.
Mm.
So you live with
Interesting.
your parents, yeah?
Uh, I'm currently in the phase of moving out, so like I'll be going in about like 3 to 4 months.
Yeah, okay. I had to move out immediately from my parents. They threw me out of, like, they, you know, kicked me out of home.
Oh, why?
I don't know, random reason.
Do you have any type of addiction?
No,
Did you do something wrong? Why would they
no.
kick you?
Um, I don't know. Like, when you think about this logically, then there is also why wouldn't they kick me?
Because they are your parents.
Yeah, okay. So why did you assume that every single parent is the same? It's like peaceful, good, and good for the child. Why did you assume this?
Because in my culture, that is like really happens to people. Like it's a kind of a rare thing. So like if I talk about, in my locality, these things like kicking their children nowadays is not like I have not seen in the 20 years I'm alive on Earth. So seen that. I haven't seen that scenario with my own eyes. So that's why I will presume that kind of thing.
You've never seen this scenario? It's a common scenario.
Like a parent kicking their children out of their house with my own eyes.
Yeah.
I've seen the news. I'm not saying that I haven't seen this kind of news. I haven't seen it with my own eyes or like in my family. That never happened.
Okay. So
Ooh, I'm gonna go now. Wait, someone's calling me. Honey.
no, they don't.
Bruh, this guy. Oh, get out of that there. I forgot she might slip and die. That's insane. Oh, 1 meter now. Nice. What's up, Jack?
Hi. Um, anybody here?
How are you? Hi, everybody.
Premiers, praktisch mooi is mooi. Ja, wo je describe je. Research boy. Hello? How do you do? Break up. Hello? 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 Who is talking?
Hello, hello. Hello, YouTube bot 2. Hello, Flat Earth Judge.
Yeah, what's up? Hello.
Flat Earth therapy. What the fuck?
The Earth is round, you know. This guy, bro, he's like, oh, what's up, you guys?
Bye.
Okay. You know what? Arkansas said. Hello?
Hello. Hello, hello.
Hello. Yo, yo. Is is Earth is flat? No. Okay. Is it? I don't know. That's why I'm here. I'm trying to discuss. Yeah, same, brother. What do you think? I don't know, man. I don't see. I mean, make a guess, please. I'm I think um it's flat. Why? Why did you think that? Because the government is I don't know, man. The government is hiding us. Yeah. What? The government hiding. Hide what? The ice. The other ice? Side of ice, you know? Then I mean, I just kidding, man. It's absolutely difficult. What? So is it round or flat? Not flat. Don't flat. The other. Round? Round, yeah. Like a ball? Ball. Why? Why did you think that? Yes. That's I mean, hola. Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Where do I sign up? Send this to your bro who would look. الزوجي يسطو صدر يسطو بيد ما يبت سيد جلال 4 طوبات ما قدرت تصدهن يعني كل انت تلبيس دخل هاي كل واحد سيد